ήρθαν οι ξένοι μας και κάτσαν στες τσαέρες, θωρώ σας ούλους σας γύρων. Τρία λα 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 λα. Ο θωρώ σας ούλους σας γύρων και πολλές μανιέρες, ον αέρα μαζί το σατσίν κι αγάπου σας που μιας αρκής. Τρία λα 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 λα. Εμείς εγγύρταμε δάμε να φάμεν και να πιούμεν, μόνον αγάπην είχαμεν. Τρία λα 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 λα. Μόνον αγάπην είχαμεν κι ήρθαμεν να σας δούμεν. Αν Εύα μας κι όλης της συνοδείας μας. Τρία λα 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 λα.
Good afternoon and a very well welcome to the European Heritage Excellence Day 2026 here at TOC Theatre in the heart of Nicosia. Last night we opened our European Heritage Summit with a wonderful evening at the Leventis Museum, which is currently hosting the exhibition Sector 2 Nicosia, the Green Line Project, one of the 2 Cypriot winners of this year. And we thought that today it was a good idea to start with the other Cypriot winner of this year. So we had the pleasure of hearing Nicoletta Demetriou, who leads the other Cypriot winning project, the Cypriot Fiddler. She performed a beautiful traditional Cypriot song for us. Thank you very much, Nicoletta. You will hear... So you will hear more about her project and all the other 29 projects very soon. But first, it's a great pleasure to invite to the stage someone who has played a pivotal role in bringing us all together here in Cyprus, Androula Vassiliou, Vice President of Europa Nostra and Chair of Europa Nostra Hub in Nicosia. Androula, the floor is yours.
Well, dear friends, dear winners, dear supporters of culture, what a nice welcome, because this song is a traditional song of the Morphou area of Cyprus, and usually the head of the family was the father, but the head of the household was the mother. So the mother usually welcomes her guests around the table, and as they say, we didn't just come to eat and drink, but to bond with each other. And this was the traditional way of bonding, because at that time, we didn't have any other entertainment. No discotheques, no restaurants, no nightclubs, just round the table of houses. So with this poetic, I would say a musical gesture, which meant welcome to all of us, I cannot imagine a more fitting way of opening today's event. Because cultural heritage is above all about bringing people together across generations, cultures, and borders. A way of saying, you become here, your story is our story. Today, we gather around a symbolic table of culture to celebrate the winners of the European Heritage Awards, the Europa Nostra Awards. Remarkable people and projects that remind us of the richness, diversity, and creativity of our shared cultural heritage. Congratulations to all the winners. Your work is not only remarkable, but it's also inspirational. And to the audience of today, I wish an afternoon full of discovery, dialogue, and inspiration. Thank you. Enjoy the afternoon.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Androula, for your warm welcome and also for all your efforts together with also the team of the Nicosia, Europa Nostra Nicosia Hub, Agni, Andri, and Angela. Thanks a lot to all of them. Of course, beyond the excellent local support, today's event would have not been possible without the support of Creative Europe and our strong collaboration with the European Commission. It's therefore my great pleasure to invite to the stage Maximilian Voigt, Policy Officer at Creative Europe, who will say a few words on behalf of the European Commission.
Thank you, Elena. Thank you, Androula Vistouliou. Thank you, dear Snežka, dear Hermann Patzinger, ladies and gentlemen, and most importantly, the European Heritage Award winners of 2026. It is a great pleasure to welcome you to the Excellence Day today. In 2002, almost 25 years ago, the European Commission partnered with Europa Nostra to launch the European Heritage Awards, Europa Nostra Awards. Since then, the awards have celebrated Europe's shared cultural heritage while promoting outstanding examples of best practice across our continent. These awards are rooted in the belief that cultural heritage is far more than a reflection of our past. It is a powerful force of positive change, strengthening communities, supporting well-being, fueling creativity, and contributing to a more sustainable, inclusive, and resilient future. With the continued financial support of Creative Europe, the European Union's flagship program for the cultural and creative sectors, up to 30 winners have been recognized every year ever since. You are the winners of 2026, selected from more than 300 applications, a new record in the history of the awards. You truly represent the very best of heritage practice across Europe, whether outstanding conservation and adaptive reuse projects, innovative research, education and training, or by engaging citizens and raising awareness. Each of you has made an extraordinary contribution. Behind every project are people with passion, perseverance, and dedication. You have overcome obstacles, secured funding, learned new skills, convinced others to join your vision, and shared your commitment to preserving and promoting our cultural heritage. On behalf of the European Commission, let me warmly congratulate you on this well-deserved recognition. Tomorrow evening, we will officially celebrate your achievements, and we will discover which projects and individuals will receive the 5 Grand Prix and the Public Choice Award of 2026. But while tomorrow evening is dedicated to celebration, this afternoon is dedicated to exchange. Today, we have the privilege of bringing together some of Europe's finest heritage professionals, experts, and enthusiasts in one room. Let us make the most of this opportunity. Please, network. Use the coffee breaks, the reception tonight, the award ceremony tomorrow to talk to one another. Share your experiences, your challenges, and your success stories. You may discover that your projects have far more in common than first meets the eye. Some of the most valuable ideas and collaborations often begin in conversations like the ones we hope you will have today. We are also delighted to have a Creative Europe stand at the Excellence Day today. A special thank you to our colleagues from the Creative Europe desk of Cyprus for joining us today, as well as from AIT, Culture and Creativity. I encourage everyone to visit their stands and learn more about the many opportunities Creative Europe and other EU programs offer to cultural and creative professionals across Europe. Before closing, I would also like to express my sincere gratitude to the members of the 5 selection committees and the Heritage Awards jury. Your expertise, integrity, and dedication ensure the excellence and credibility of these awards, and we are deeply thankful for your indispensable work. My special thanks also goes to the team of Europa Nostra, whose commitment and passion make this initiative possible, especially Secretary General Snežka Kvadrik-Mikalovic, as well as Elena Bianchi and Camilla Scopini, who are the beating heart behind this award. And last but not least, thank you to the Republic of Cyprus for hosting us during this presidency of the Council of the European Union. I wish you all an inspiring and enriching Excellence Day, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Max, for these words and tips for networking and listening to each other. It has been a pleasure to work with you over these years. Some of you may already have understood, Max will be leaving the European Commission in the next days to return to the German Ministry of Culture. And we wish you all the best for your future career, but I'm sure we will stay in touch and we will find a role for you in the Europa Nostra family. And I'm also very pleased to welcome Philip Rieken here, his colleague, who will take over from Max as of next week, officially. So welcome, Philip. We look forward to working with you. Okay, so now, after a beautiful Cypriot song and these 2 inspiring opening remarks, it's time to move to the hearts of today's events, so the presentations by the 30 winners of this year. Just a few practical points before we start. First, at the entrance, you will see the awards publication, which is the results of hard work by Walter Bramhorst, who is here in the room, and also 2 very excellent colleagues, Joanna and Camilla, who could not travel to Nicosia, but they are working very much behind the scenes. So a big applause also for them. Thank you. So if you don't have a copy of the awards publication in your hands, don't worry, because you can scan the QR code on the screen and you will be directed to the program booklet of today, where you can find the program of today, the biographies of the speakers, and also a short description of the project. So a good basis for networking. So many of the winners are here with bigger delegation. You can recognize them with orange badges, so you can look for the orange color if you want to talk to them. And yeah, this event is not live streamed, but is being recorded, and the video will be available in the coming days on our website. So you can always watch any presentation again if you like. So as you probably have seen from the program, we have 2 main sessions. In the first session, we will listen to the presentations by the winners in Citizens Engagement, Awareness Raising, and Heritage Champions category. And after the break, we will move to Education, Training and Skills, Research and Conservation, and Adaptive Reuse. But just before the break, we have something new. We decided to dedicate 15 minutes to some interesting European programs. So you will hear from Europeana, Culture Moves Europe, and EIT Culture and Creativity program, who will tell you more about their work and the opportunities there. Each winner will have 5 minutes for their presentation. They know it very well because we stressed it quite a lot in our communication. So I'm sure you will stick to the time also because we have so many presentations one after the other, and we want to be fair and give the same time to each of you. So our first group is citizens' engagement and awareness raising, which is meant for outstanding heritage-led projects that foster social cohesion, inclusion, multicultural dialogue and understanding, as well as stimulate citizens' engagement, ownership, and civic responsibility. So the first project is from Croatia. It's the Croatian Choral Center Zlarin, which presents the Iceland's choral heritage through exhibitions, educational programs, and cultural events. It will be presented by Gorana Barisic-Bacelic, director of the public institution Fortress of Culture. Gorana, the floor is yours. So you can...
Hi, everyone. It's my pleasure and an honor to break the ice today with the presentations. So I would like to present a really interesting and, I hope, inspiring story about Croatian Choral Center in the island of Zlarin. Okay, here? Yes. Yeah. Croatian Choral Center at the island of Zlarin. Zlarin is a small island in the middle of the Adriatic, known for its tradition of choral harvesting, which really shaped this identity of Zlarin's history. But the tradition is now lost, and what Croatian Choral Center managed to do is to transform that tradition into something which is a tool for building a new collective future. On this island, only 300 inhabitants live during winter. And you know the hard life of islanders in general, especially here in the Mediterranean. For centuries, Zlarin was known for red color harvesting, but that tradition has been seized during the 20th century due to different social and economic circumstances. But for people of Zlarin, coral was never a luxurious material. It is something that shaped family histories, everyday life, that shaped local knowledge. And the most complex thing is that really interesting relationship with the sea. And when you seize something and tradition is lost, the main question is how can we transform that heritage, cultural heritage, into something that can be alive, but can no longer be practiced. So the answer was not a traditional museum. It was something that local communities and supported by the EU funding was built. We reconstructed 2 old houses on the island of Zlarin and transformed them into these living cultural spaces, combining heritage, art, and science into something which we today could call a really unique story. So not a classical museum, not a classical exhibition showing the past, the silent exhibition of the past, but really a dynamic and living space where we can, where heritage can continue to produce this better life, this more quality life on the island. So we wanted to build a place where children can learn, they can play, where residents can talk, where residents can gather, where artists can come and get inspired, where researchers can come and find some answers. And all together, we want to have these local stories constantly being retold, constantly being reinterpreted. So, of course, the results are always measurable in some sort of numbers. But I think, and we believe in the Choral Center, that the most important things are not the numbers. It is a fact that heritage helped to transform this declining memory into something which is a tool for a community resilience. So you know that across Europe, many small communities like this one on Zlarin face the same challenges like declining depopulation, decline of the economy, the loss of local knowledge. But our experience on Zlarin shows that heritage, art, and science can be an infrastructure for education development, for social cohesion, for sustainable development, finally. So today, coral is no longer, sorry? Mm-hmm. So coral is no longer extracted, and but its story today helps us to speak about really important issues. I'm sure that you will agree that those are the stories about marine protection, about our responsibility to preserve fragile ecosystems, about climate change. So this is not only now a story about something which used to be a resource, like coral harvesting. It's something which is now a lesson, and really important one we want to share and constantly learn. So finally, Croatian Coral Center is not the story ultimately about corals. It's a story about care for memory, about care for the community, about care for the sea and the nature, and finally, the future we want to leave behind. So thank you so much. So, not so
Very
bad,
much.
so much.
Perfect. Thank you very much for this first presentation. We now move back here to Nicosia, because we have the exhibition Sector 2, Nicosia, the Green Line Project, which explores the history of the city's Green Line through research, exhibition, and other public programs. I'm pleased to welcome on stage Zeni Limperopoulou, Director of the Leventis Municipal Museum of Nicosia.
Esteemed members of the jury, dear team of Europa Nostra, it is truly an honor to stand before you today. And it is especially meaningful that this European gathering takes place here in Nicosia, a city of long and layered history, the very place where the project Sector 2 Nicosia was conceived and brought to life, a project for which we're deeply grateful. I'm here on behalf of the Leventis Municipal Museum of Nicosia, the Historical Museum of the city, and on behalf of our dedicated team, to present a project that emerged from a simple but demanding question. How can a museum approach the open wound of a city with honesty and hope? Sector 2 Nicosia, the Green Line project, focuses on the story behind the establishment of the Green Line in 1963 and the decades that followed, a story that continues to shape the reality of the last divided capital of Europe. The title derives from the United Nations peacekeeping force, which refers to this land frozen in time as Sector 2. For decades, this story lived quietly, in personal memories, in silence, in abandoned streets, in buildings slowly fading behind barriers, but also within the pages of historical research. We felt it was time to bring the story into the Historical Museum of the capital, to understand it, to share it through a new perspective. We approached the subject with historical rigor and human sensitivity. After months of research, drawing from archival sources and oral testimonies, the museum's team worked through a strong interdisciplinary process, bringing together historians, curators, professionals, theatre professionals, architects, designers, engineers, educators, and members of the community. Together, we created an immersive temporary exhibition where visitors do not simply read history, they experience it as a spatial and emotional journey. Through a careful, assembled body of material, photographs, objects, documents, archival, film footage, soundscapes, and recorded personal testimonies, a narrative unfolds. The city before separation, the events of 1963, the years that reshaped it, and the emotional geography that still defines it today. But the exhibition was not the conclusion. It became the starting point of a broader public engagement. From the outset, we wanted this project to extend beyond museum walls. We organized guided tours and city walks along the Green Line itself, allowing participants to encounter this endangered strip of land and the urban landscape shaped by history. We developed educational programs for younger generations, opening space to reflect on identity and belonging. We hosted film screenings, lectures, and conversations that approached complex questions with balance and care. We used technology as a path of knowledge. We created musical events because sometimes emotion reaches further than words. And above all, we listened.
Πολλές φορές έτυχε να μπω μες στην δημοτική αγορά και ήταν οι Τούρκοι και οι Έλληνες μαζί μας.
We listened to the people of Nicosia across all communities who entrusted us with their stories. Their voices shaped the project, bringing forward lived experience and enduring memory. The project then traveled beyond Cyprus. The exhibition was presented in Athens, opening a dialogue with wider audiences, a dialogue among countries, underlying the role culture can play in building understanding. This recognition by Europa Nostra is deeply meaningful to us, as it honors not only one project, but a wider vision, a broader vision of what a museum can be, a place where people can meet again and where memory has the power to connect rather than divide. And here, in Nicosia, that carries particular weight, because the city has endured and it continues to stand, to create, and to believe in peaceful coexistence, polyphony, and inclusion. Allow me to close with this thought. Memory, when approached with knowledge and care in a modern museum, is not a burden. It can become a bridge. And when we illuminate the past, we offer a clearer horizon for the future. Thank you so much. Our warmest thanks to Europa Nostra, our supporters, the Agile Events Foundation, Nicosia Municipality, our collaborators, and the people of Nicosia. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Jenny. And please go and visit the exhibition if you haven't done it yet. It's open every day, apart from Monday. So from Cyprus, we travel to France for the Gardens of Peace project, which creates contemporary public gardens along the First World War front line in Belgium, France, and beyond. You will hear more from Gilbert Fillinger, Director of Art et Jardin.
Hello, everybody. First, I want to thank Europe Creative, Europa Nostra, the jury members, and all our 60 public and private partners who permit to build the gardens, and also my entire team for making it possible to receive this beautiful award. So we made a video that I think it's quite interesting and provides a clear understanding of the project. And we will start with that, and I will come back to conclude the talk. So, now it's working. No.
It looks like an utopic ambition. But gardens are like life, always changing, but needing a lot of care. The project of the Garden of Peace was born in 2017 during a discussion with the director of the First World War mission. From the beginning, the idea was to invite landscape designers from countries involved in the First World Conflict and ask them not to focus on the memory, but to work on the challenge of peace today and tomorrow in this complex world where ecological concerns and even the survival of humanity are fundamental. The goal is to create near or within memorials and cemetery peaceful spaces where people, visitors, can rest, meet, talk, reconnect with themselves, but also sometimes be confronted by sitting in front of thousands of graves and asking themselves, can it happen again? The main idea is to establish a peace pathway starting in Belgium, ending on the Swiss and German border, along the entire western front line. 30 gardens have been created, made by artists coming from 25 different countries like New Zealand, Australia, India, China, America, Russia, France, Germany, United Kingdom, Morocco. We hope to have 40 gardens until 2029. Our wish is to extend the project over Europe. We have built a first garden in Sicily. We work with different partners from 12 European countries, including Ukraine, working with their own history of conflict. The world has changed since 2018. War is on our doors. Conflicts are increasing. The climate change becomes a reality. We think it's more crucial than ever to develop this project and turn it into a tool for peace education, especially by encouraging a younger generation to use these gardens with the help of mediators and question the future of this world and how to ensure it becomes a world of peace. Thank you. I think it's finished. We can stop there. I'm always shaking when I'm on the stage. So now the project, as you heard, started in 2018 and now extends across more than 1,000 kilometers. The gardens are perennial, and our objective is to build a new heritage dedicated to peace in Europe. We have 3 objectives, and they are fundamental today. First, develop a mediation program dedicated to younger generation concerning different subjects: peace, memory, climate change, biodiversity. Second, to reinforce together with our partners the maintenance program, that's very important, for different gardens, and the global communication around the project to bring the public to all these places. Third is to continue the project in France, for sure, and with new partners, countries across Europe, based on the history of each country and its different conflicts. Our next garden, it's completely new. This will be located in Dortmund and concerns the Second World War. Those gardens are built with the support, and this is also very important, of people in professional reintegration programs, young people, and 70 artists coming from around the world have participated in this construction. It's a collective project. To conclude, I would like to say that this adventure is particularly close to my heart because it is a deeply human project. It's an honor for me to be here today to talk,
and to be a part of a project connected to peace in a world where war is really, really close. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Gilbert. From France, we now travel to Dublin for the 14 Henrietta Street Social History Museum of Dublin Life, which is a museum that explores the city's intangible heritage through the lives of former residents. Through guided tours, oral histories, and public programs, it links the building's architecture with everyday experiences and collective history. It will be presented by Laura Keogh, Director of Engagement at Dublin City Council Culture Company. Laura, the floor is yours.
It's not my fault. There we go. Thank you very much. I didn't break it. Thank you very much. I'm really delighted to be here today, and we're really honoured to receive this award and to talk to you about 14 Henrietta Street, which is a social history museum of Dublin life. 14 Henrietta Street is a Jordan townhouse. It captures over 300 years of family and city life within the walls of a single address. Work began on Henrietta Street in the 1720s when houses were built as homes for Dublin's wealthiest families. By 1911, over 850 people lived in the street, and over 100 of those at 14 Henrietta Street in this one house. It was acquired by Dublin City Council in 2008, and the building underwent a decade-long programme of conservation, restoration and research. Its development is grounded in the City Heritage Plan, the City Conservation Strategy, and a wider commitment to protecting and sharing the cultural life of Dublin. In 2018, it opened to the public as a social history museum. It's operated by Dublin City Council Culture Company, and it presents the story of the house to the lives of its residents. 14 Henrietta Street is not just defined by what it preserves, but really about how the museum itself has been made. The museum made a conscious curatorial decision to focus entirely on one house and the stories connected to it. It became possible through this to really reveal the broader histories of Dublin, of urban life, housing and family and social change across the city. From the outset, former residents, historians, cultural and heritage workers, experts, artists, architects, and a huge variety of people, local authority representatives, all worked together in a cross-sectorial steering group, which was really important to the development of the museum. Former residents contributed artefacts, they advised on room settings and the interpretation, and it was always ensured that the lived experience carried equal importance alongside documented historical research. This established the people-focused curatorial approach of the house, which is always grounded in listening and participation, and interpretation is shaped continuously through engagement with people, rather than delivered as a fixed narrative. So the work of the museum is structured around 3 connected strands: to share, engage and discover. We share stories through our guided tours, our talks, workshops, and the interpretation that combines architectural history, social history, and lived experience. We engage by listening and talking with visitors, communities, former residents, historians, and artists. These conversations, they continue to shape the curatorial choices and the programming of the museum. We discover through ongoing research into the house, its occupants, and the wider history of Dublin City. Just as importantly, the museum continues to learn from the memories and the knowledge shared by people who engage with it. This combination of academic research, conservation expertise, and a lived experience ensures that the museum remains responsive, relevant, and it is always continuously evolving. So we have quite a unique collection. And this collection reflects the integrated approach that we use to cultural heritage, where the building, the stories, and the objects are all understood together. Approximately 50% of our collection is the actual building itself, is the most beautiful building. Its fabric, its architecture, and its material history. Around 25% of the collection is actually the stories, the memories, and the oral histories that are connected to the house. 20% of the collection is made up of objects, and many of these objects were donated to us by residents and their family members. And the remaining 5% consists of the artistic responses, so artists, makers, creatives that we invite into the house through residencies and commissions. And these works really offer additional ways for understanding and connecting with the house. The museum's ongoing oral history programme is a really important core aspect of what we do, and it collects and gathers memories of tenement life from people within Dublin City. And these first-person testimonies form a growing archive of Dublin's intangible cultural heritage. They continue to always inform our tours, our exhibitions, our interpretation, our public programming, and the way that we work. Story sharing is also naturally part of the visitor experience. Tours create space for reflection, discussion, and contribution, allowing visitors to connect to their own experiences and memories with the histories that are presented in the house. The museum's programme is responsive and is shaped through ongoing engagement and active listening. Public consultations, memory sharing events, and off-site programmes extend the work of the museum beyond the building itself and create opportunities for continued participation across the city. This responsive programme includes residencies, publications, and collaborative projects developed with many different kinds of groups, community groups, artists, historians, and these ways of responding to the house are always creating new interpretations which form part of the museum's visitor experience. This really important ongoing cycle of listening and responding strengthens audience engagement and development while allowing the museum to continue to evolve through participation and shared knowledge. 14 Henrietta Street is not a museum in a traditional sense. By placing people and their stories at the centre of the visitor experience, the museum creates opportunities for connection, for conversation, and for shared reflection. Programmes they're designed to reach new audiences, including people who may not traditionally engage with museums or heritage spaces. Visitors are not simply presented with history, they're invited to connect with it personally and to contribute to the ongoing conversation about the city and its heritage. At its core, 14 Henrietta Street demonstrates that heritage is not only contained within buildings or connections, but within people, memory, and shared experience. In this way, we offer a living model of urban heritage, one where conservation protects not only the fabric of the building, but also the memory, stories, and human experiences connected to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Laura. We remain in this category. We move to Italy for Intorno a Minerva project from Brescia, which is a project that has transformed an archaeological park into a meeting place for intercultural dialogue. We have the pleasure to welcome on stage Serena Solano, archaeologist and director of the Minerva Archaeological Park in Breno. Prego, Serena.
Thank you. Our story begins 2,000 years ago with two altars standing side by side in what today is the Minerva Archaeological Park in a place called Breno in northern Italy. One is Roman, the other is indigenous and much older. It was built by the ancient people of the Valle Camonica, a valley that happens to be the first Italian UNESCO World Heritage Site thanks to its rock art. For about 100 years, these two altars share the same sacred ground. Different cultures, different beliefs, different gods coexisting in the same space. At the end of the 1st century BC, the local community became exposed to Roman expansionism. Rather than erasing what was already sacred, the Romans built a new temple alongside the old one. The temple was dedicated to Minerva, goddess of reason connected with the feminine and education. This place reminds us that encounter does not always mean conflict. It can mean dialogue, coexistence, and mutual respect. This has been the starting point for the project called Intorno a Minerva, which translates into something like revolving around Minerva. More than this, It could answer a simple question we often ask ourselves. What role should an archaeological park play in our society today? The indigenous altar was first discovered in 2003, but kept covered to preserve it. In 2022, we finally brought it back to life. This new excavation work was carried out by archaeologists and by political refugees, a joint initiative between the archaeological superintendents of the Ministry of Culture and the KPAX Social Cooperative, which has been caring for migrants and political refugees since 2011. Uncovering the altar gave us the chance to uncover its messages. Around the altars, we have gradually built a sort of civic ritual with several ongoing activities. Every year, we hold conferences and discussions that are as relevant today as they were back then, with the topics ranging from the sacred to identity to borders and bridges. We promote educational activities involving migrants and students of the local high school in Breno. To preserve the altar, we cover it in autumn. This work involves young female war refugees and Italian Red Cross volunteers. The covering of the site becomes a moment focused on care for cultural heritage, for people, and for places. When in spring, it is time for its uncovering, it becomes a moment of social, intercultural, and inter-religious exchange, a message of renewal and of peace. In 2023, representatives of different religions planted an olive tree sacred to Minerva as a symbol of peace. Last month, we planted a Nagasaki kaki tree, a symbol of rebirth and hope after the atomic bomb. Thanks to the project, the local community has gradually become what the Faro Convention calls a heritage community, a group of people who value cultural heritage and commit to preserving and passing it on. This project shows how an archaeological site can speak to our present and to our future. Today, the park plays an active role in contemporary life. It becomes both a driver of action and a place for reflection. It teaches us that different cultures can meet, can coexist, and can enrich one another. And it reminds us that caring for heritage, for places, and for people is always a path toward peace. Thank you.
Very much, Serena.
Thank you.
For this nice presentation. So from Italy, we traveled to the Gemer-Malahont region in Slovakia for the Gothic Roots initiative. The project will be presented by Peter Palguts, Deputy Chairman of the Board of the Gothic Root Association.
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
Dear jury members, dear colleagues from the heritage side of all the Europe, we are very glad to be here and present our initiative, which comes in Slovak, meaning Gotická cesta, which means Gothic route. And we are located, or we take care of the heritage in the historical region of Gemer-Malahont, which is located in the southern central Slovakia. It is a region with a vast mining history, and also it was mostly developed during 13th and 14th century, which has its own remarks until today. We are mostly talking about Gothic architecture, obviously. Our name kind of tells that. And we have big churches, we have large churches in different shapes or in different state of disrepair sometimes. And we have small churches, we have tiny churches. We are talking about more than 20 medieval sacral heritage temples that are still preserved and are very rich by its own preserved Gothic architecture, but not only by the Gothic architecture, but the most valuable parts of the interiors are the frescoes, and 12 of these churches were awarded by the European Heritage Label in 2022 because of the stories which the frescoes are talking about the region itself, about German colonization, about Italian cultural influences coming to a landlocked country such as Carpathian Basin and its northern parts as Slovakia is nowadays. We have also different layers, not only the medieval ones, but those churches tell the story of the region and of the Hungarian Empire itself throughout the centuries, throughout the Reformation, throughout the Renaissance, Baroque times, Ottoman Empire times, and also during the very hard 20th century, which Central Europe has suffered quite a lot. The motifs are, of course, sacral, but also they tell stories of the kings and different person from the age. So the quality of the frescoes is very nice, and it represents the Italian influence, and they are done by the Italian fresco technique, so far away from the Italy itself. But we have the heritage, why we are here with the citizen engagement, and it's because we try to preserve the heritage not only by our own manual labor, but we also try to bring volunteers to the region, which is known by a demographic and economical decline. It is one of the weakest regions in Slovakia, and also one of our most important pillars is to help the actual owners, the church congregations, to raise the funds, to help them with writing the projects and to actually implement the restoration and renovations of the churches and the heritage. The second pillar of our initiative is propagation and accessibility. So we work with specialists, with historians, with archaeologists, with different researchers. We bring them together every 2 years in an annual conference. Then we put all the articles together and we try to popularize them among society and among general public during our public events when we take people to the region and we try to explore every year different parts of sacral heritage of this quite unique region. And during those events we try to implement contemporary artists. We try to go also with historical theater, with contemporary or classical music, and to bring the culture to these very small villages and to meet local people as well, or local craftsmen. And most importantly, we try to open the churches also for the touristic purposes. And in the last year, during the summertime, thanks to our partners who supports us financially with the volunteers in the churches who opens up the gates, to also have more than 10,000 visitors in those 12 churches with the European Heritage Label. We also try to network, of course, not only with the owners, but also the government, local governments of the regions, and with the municipality mayors, of course, with the owners. And sometimes we have very important visitors like Habsburg-Lothringen family visited the last time. So from this very high level, we go also to the very last people that we try to connect with, and that is the very last people after 700 years who have still the keys in these dying out villages, who can let you in the church and have the whole life story to tell you bind to this place. So these are the most important people we try to work with. And this is our team, and thank you for your attention, and come to Slovakia.
Thank you very much. We will come and visit you for sure. So from Slovakia, we now travel to Kherson, Ukraine, for the project Preserving the Art and Memory of Polina Raiko. The painted house of Ukrainian native artist Polina Raiko was flooded after the destruction of the Kahova Dam in 2023. But you will hear more from Olena Afanasieva, head of the NGO Center of Cultural Development, Totem.
Thank you. Thank you, Europa Nostra, for this recognition and for this opportunity to tell you this story, our story, and story of Polina Rajko. And I'll try to be a voice of big community of people who love Polina Rajko, and I'll try to explain why. So, Polina Rajko was an ordinary Ukrainian woman from southern Ukraine who became an artist at the age of 69. Within only a few years, she turned her house into a living artwork covered with birds, flowers, angels, and a lot of deeply personal symbols. Oleshki, the small town on the left bank of the Dnipro River in the southern Ukraine, and it has been under Russian occupation since the first days of the full-scale invasion. We met Polina Rajko in 2002, and over the years, her house became not simply a cultural project for us, but part of our lives. Polina Rajko began painting after a series of tragic losses in her life. Her husband died, her daughter died, her son was imprisoned, and she remained alone in her house. And instead of silence, she started drawing. And despite of her pain, the house never felt dark. It was full of bright colors, birds, flowers, angels, and portraits of loved ones. It felt less like a museum and more like stepping inside her soul. These are Polina Rajko's famous leopards. Like many images in her house, they existed somewhere between memory, imagination, folklore, and personal mythology. For example, Polina was one of 4 sisters. Polina Rajko in the right side herself. Their father died early, and Polina received only primary education and had to work very hard from childhood. But this did not stop her for transforming her entire house into a total artistic installation. One moment. Okay. In June 2023, Russia destroyed the Kakhovka Dam. It caused one of the largest environmental and humanitarian disasters in modern Ukraine. Oleshki, the town of Oleshki, was flooded under occupation, and Polina Rajko's house disappeared under the water. These are destroyed murals after the flood. And for us, it was not only the loss of artworks. It felt very personal, like losing a living presence, her voice and her art. So we decided, if the house cannot be physically saved physically, its memory still can. And first of all, we began digitizing surviving materials, organizing exhibitions and lectures, and creating a new book. More than 400 people from different countries sent us over 2,000 photos of the house they had visited before the war. And this new book includes all these new materials and the point of view of a lot of people, many people. We also created AR AR reality, characters based on Polina's paintings, allowing younger generations to interact with her world digitally. Today, we present her heritage in museums, universities, libraries, and cultural institutions in Ukraine and abroad. So, Polina Rayko was an ordinary Ukrainian woman who learned to transform her pain and loss into a beauty. That is why she inspires Ukrainian people today. And perhaps that is what she can teach all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Olena. Very inspiring indeed. So from Ukraine, we go to Turkey for our last stop in this category for the project assessing earthquake damage to cultural heritage sites, which will be presented by Professors Nusret Demir and Siler Silingiroglu, professors at Akdeniz University and Ege University. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Elena. Kalispera, merhaba, hello everyone. We are very glad to be here. My name is Çiler Çilingiroğlu. I am here together with Professor Nusret Demir and on behalf of more than 50 volunteers. As you know, Turkey holds one of the densest concentrations of cultural heritage anywhere on earth. Cultures have built here for more than 1 million years. On the morning of 6th of February 2023, much of that was put at risk in under 2 minutes. 2 earthquakes, magnitude 7.8 and 7.5, 11 provinces, 4 UNESCO World Heritage Sites and thousands of other heritage sites at risk, from the world's oldest monumental architecture to ancient cities, medieval churches and synagogues to Ottoman monuments. In the days that followed, reliable information was almost impossible to find. I issued a public call on social media inviting archaeologists, conservators, architects, and students to document damage. Nusret Demir, a remote sensing scientist, joined and we began combining cultural heritage information with satellite data. More than 50 volunteers answered within days. Using WhatsApp, Instagram, shared Google spreadsheets, and OpenStreetMap, we built a structured, georeferenced database from the ground up.
So the data, importantly, was radar satellite imagery, firstly because it's very sensitive to geometry of the surface. Our developed methods help us to calculate surface displacement from this imagery, and many international partners support us during this initiative, from China, from Germany, from Italy, from European Union Space Agency. Also, we used NASA already calculated image proxy maps. And volunteers provided their drone imagery, also reported field data from news, every ground truth. And then we combined all this information calculated from imagery and also from the volunteers, and we later converted to web-based map.
And this platform is still alive in our website. It's open, free, and public. It was built with 0 budget, and it is fully replicable. The same model can be deployed within days after any disaster, earthquake, flood, or conflict. Here are some of the cultural heritage sites that we documented. Habibi Nejar Mosque, Hatay State Parliament Building, Antakya Protestant Church, Aslantepe Mount, Malatya, Mount Nemrut, Fortress of Diyarbakir, and many, many, many others. In total, more than 1,500 archaeological and historic sites were documented and assessed for 11 provinces. This was one of the first large-scale systematic overviews of earthquake damage to cultural heritage ever produced in this region. This chart shows satellite-detected versus news-reported damage. In many cases, INSAR identified structural change before any team reached the site. This is the operational value of Earth observation for heritage protection. So these are the people who made this possible. 50 volunteers, most of them early career researchers and students, who gave their expertise and time to document what was being lost. Please take a moment to see their names. The Europa Nostra jury described this initiative as demonstrating how rapid mobilization after a natural disaster can support the protection of cultural heritage, combining citizen science with remote sensing and connecting national and international networks to document heritage at risk. We are deeply honored by those words. We thank our international and national partners that made this possible. And we thank Europa Nostra and the European Commission for recognizing that science, when it serves culture, can also serve humanity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And just a quick note, they received an Europa Nostra award, which recognizes outstanding heritage achievements in countries that are member of the Council of Europe but don't participate in the Creative Europe program. And so this is the case for Turkey and also for the other two projects from UK. So now we move to the next category. Thank you for your participation so far. We move to Heritage Champions, which are people and organizations whose dedication, creativity, and community work have made a real difference in protecting and celebrating cultural heritage. The first presentation is from Malta, Dillard Elwa, the National Trust for Malta, and I'm very happy to welcome on stage Patrick Aleia. He's the executive president of Dillard Elwa. Patrick, the floor is yours.
Will it change automatically? Okay. Yeah. 60 years of Dillard Elwa in 5 minutes. Dillard Elwa are the first words of our national anthem and mean this sweet land. For 60 years, the organization has been the ears and eyes for Malta and Gozo, symbolized by the vigilant vedette in our logo over the years. I am very privileged to be presenting here today, and I am also standing on the shoulders of many other volunteers who have come before me. Our identity as a nation is deeply rooted in our cultural heritage, whether it is tangible or intangible, whether it is religious or secular. And although the islands are so small, stretching only 27 kilometers by 12 kilometers, we have a deep, multi-layered history covering thousands of years. In fact, we've got 8 UNESCO World Heritage Sites and probably more on the way. Well, just months after Malta gained independence in 1964, there was quite a bit of inappropriate development going on. It was the first tourist boom. And Dillard Elwa was founded by Judge Morris Caruana-Curran in 1965 with a mission to protect and preserve our cultural built heritage and the natural environment. We've been a member of Europa Nostra since 1967, and it's an organization run by a continuous flow of altruistic and dedicated volunteers who are not just paying lip service to its mission statement, but actively pursuing that mission, restoring numerous historic buildings and monuments all around the islands, from 17th century fortified towers that once looked like that to others and to numerous other smaller coastal towers around the islands that were in a bad state and have been since been restored, to countryside chapels or churches, including the restoration of their frescoes, to the first building that was constructed in Valletta, 16th century, which is a beautiful Baroque church with beautiful painted vaulted ceiling that was very patiently restored in a labor of love, to a mid-19th century British period lighthouse, including the internal lens, and the first British Protestant cemetery on the island that was also restored, which had been abandoned for many years in an awful state. We've also restored some, I mean, these are just a few of it's not a comprehensive list of all the properties that have been restored by Din Larate Helwa, but at least gives a good indication. So there's a windmill, including its internal mechanism, a number of Knights of St. John era batteries, coastal batteries around the islands, various works of art and monuments, even safeguarding a large tract of land that was planned to become a golf course, but it is today a nature park, even saving some trees that were destined to be uprooted for the passage of a new road. Din Larate Helwa was also instrumental in catalyzing the Cultural Heritage Act in Malta, allowing NGOs to act as guardians for our heritage, making the sites accessible for public enjoyment in an operation that is entirely self-funded thanks to all the donors and sponsors, without whose help none of this would have been possible. Of course, sometimes we do struggle. And Din Larate Helwa's role has evolved over the years and is also acting as a watchdog for inappropriate development around the islands, recognizing that it's just as important to protect the context of historic buildings as it is to protect the buildings themselves. And through a recent, in fact, successful example of this action, Din Larate Helwa managed to overturn a decision which allowed the construction of a tower over this 19th century British period barracks at Fort Cambridge, and that was overturned, so it was completely revoked. Sometimes it's also necessary to take it to the streets, as we did last year, together with some other environmental NGOs, to advocate for some better planning laws. On a more positive note, we also hold, for the past 20 years, we've held architecture awards, heritage architecture awards, rewarding and acknowledging architects and patrons for quality projects, similarly to what Europa Nostra has done here. We have, on the education front, we have our own tours and open days, tours, talks. We have our own publications. We hold cultural events and concerts in sites that we have restored, also to raise funds. Our most recent projects are this timber structure, which was sent to Malta in the 1920s from Australia to train prospective Maltese migrants on the type of structures they would be facing in Australia. We've also in the process of restoring this medieval chapel, which is on the outskirts of Mdina, the old capital of Malta. And more recently, our latest acquisition is this coastal battery in Gozo, our sister island, that we actually signed the guardianship deed the day before yesterday, so we'll also be restoring that. I think our role is best described by our patron, the President of the Republic, Her Excellency Miriam Spiteri de Bono, who said this. She said, "The birth of Din Larate Helwa, with its mission statement coinciding with the very first year of Malta's statehood, laid down the foundation of a national conscience as far as our natural and cultural heritage is concerned." Thank you very much, and thank you, Europa Nostra, for the award.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Very impressive indeed. We now move back to Ukraine for the NGO Museum Open for Renovation from Kiev. I welcome on stage Marta Bilas, a co-founder and donor manager of the NGO Museum Open for Renovation.
Thank you, everyone. I know I have 5 minutes, but I would like to begin my presentation with a minute of silence in the memory of fallen soldiers who have died defending Ukraine against the Russian forces, and for everyone who's defending us as we speak right now. Thanks for their sacrifice. I have the opportunity to stay here before you all. Thank you very much. So our organization, Museum Open for Innovation, was founded by members of the Danede Artistic Initiative with the aim of rethinking and engaging with Ukrainian museums. Artists, researchers, curators, and community activists have come together to support regional museums which often operated under the limited resources. In 2016, we have started working with 2 museums in Luhansk and Donetsk region. By 2017, we have already worked with 30 museums across 2 regions. We started workshops, Modern Methods of Museum Workers, that established a good dialogue with museums. In 2020, when the pandemic swept across the world, Ukraine including, we decided to broaden our scope and to begin working with museums across all Ukraine. 2022 is turning a point for our organization. From the very first days of the full-scale invasion, our team began assisting museums in evacuating historical and cultural artifacts from areas under threat, specifically those areas that we worked with and we knew the area and the collection very well. Over these challenging years, our team has carried out a lot of complex rescue operations involving private collections, library archives. Considerable attention was paid to evacuation of complex and bulky objects like going back 11th, 14th century, like Polovetsky Baby. One of the most challenging operations was the evacuation of medieval stone lion from bombed-out museum in Bakhmut, which was completely surrounded at that time, and there were street fighting in the city. Our organization developed own practical guidelines for rapid packaging, labeling, and evacuation of collections in wartime. Those guidelines were adapted from international standards to the realities of limited funding, destroyed infrastructure, and military aggression. Our team was growing. We worked simultaneously across several areas at the same time. The number of collections were evacuated ran to dozens. The number of boxes which the collections were packed ran into 2000s. Particularly available to our team was a gifted minibus that we used for the evacuation, which was donated from our partners, international partners. Unfortunately, in October 2023, whilst on the mission in Bereslav, Kherson region, the minibus was struck by 2 drones. Thankfully, the team was not injured. The bus in this state traveled 120 kilometers away from Bereslav. That did not stop us. At present, Museum Open for Innovation team pays special attention to works of the contemporary art located in the combat zones. The sculpture behind me is called Origami Deer by Zhanna Kadyrova, and the Nesruban was evacuated by the NGO in 2024 from the town of Pokrovsk in Donetsk region, which is now almost completely destroyed and occupied. This year, the sculpture represents Ukraine at the 61st Venice Biennale of Contemporary Art. The deer is hanging from a crane as a metaphor of suspension, uncertainty surrounding Ukraine's future, its heritage, and people who are living all around Europe. In March this year, our team, in collaboration with NGO Museum of Naive Art and with the assistance of the military, managed to evacuate the only surviving work by the little-known artist Nida Fomenko from Kramatorsk. These marvelous birds, animals, were created by Zinaida Fomenko, self-taught artist, decorated every single corner of her house, her garden, and the fences. Sadly, the artist passed away in 2017, and following her death, with a little appreciation for the value of this artistic legacy, everything was burned. But this panneau stayed, and we were able to move it to a safer, I keep saying safer location because there is no safe location in Ukraine at this point, but safer location from Kramatorsk. This panneau needs major restoration. However, we are confident that very soon we will join efforts with professionals, and we will be able to restore this panneau and show it to the general public. And maybe perhaps 1 year or another after this, we will present this restoration project within Europa Nostra. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Marta. And yes, we look forward to receiving other projects done by your fantastic organization. We remain in Ukraine for a posthumous award to Marina Rychenko, who was chief custodian of the Galan Art Museum. And we are pleased to have here with us today Milena Korna, who nominated Marina for the awards, and is the co-founder and head of the Ukrainian Museum Association. Please, the floor is yours.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And first of all, of course, I would like to express our deepest gratitude to Europa Nostra for this high honor of being here and for the acknowledgement of Marina's legacy. Last year, the Ukrainian Museum Association decided to nominate Marina Hrytsenko for this award because we felt that she embodied all the challenges and all the choices that Ukrainian museum workers have to make under such circumstances. She embodies the whole community. To tell you the truth, I never knew Marina in person, and I deeply regret that. To me, she was a voice on the phone, a voice of a young girl. Actually, she sounded like a young girl. She was 36. She called me on February 25th at night, late at night. Someone gave her my number, and she was seeking support, not help, not financial help, not packing materials. We couldn't give them, we couldn't fight them, and there was no way to get them to Chernihiv. She just thought support because she knew what to do. She knew what to do by the book, by the protocols, but the protocols did not work under our circumstances. So she moved into the museum. Within the first days, she moved into the museum, the Halahan Museum of Art. Let's put this picture. She moved in with her daughter, a 12-year-old daughter who's present right here now, and is a great support to all of us. She moved in because there was no power, no electricity, and thus there was no security. She moved in to safeguard the collection, and to tell you the truth, collection is a beautiful collection. It has not only Ukrainian artworks starting with 18th century, it also has European, a big, huge collection of European art because the core of the collection was formed in the 19th century by a Ukrainian aristocrat and a descendant of Cossacks, Grigory Halahan, who chose, in Russian Empire, he chose to collect Ukrainian art, local art, and he had really good taste, and he collected European art. So his collection is extremely valuable, not only to us, but actually to the whole European community. We talked a lot, and the city of Chernihiv, it was under siege. which meant that there was no way to get medication, packing materials, to get them out of Chernihiv or to bring something to them. But we tried, and on the 6th of March, which is like the second week of the full-scale invasion, a missile hit like a few meters away from the main entrance of the museum. And you can see the windows. The windows were the windows of the collection department, where the artwork was. She tried to cover them, she tried to hide them, but still, without packing materials, without anything, many artworks were damaged by this missile attack. And we tried to, that's part of the collection, you can see. That's actually the attack. We tried to, together with Igor Poshevailo, who's director of the Maidan Museum, we tried to get a generator to her to have some power, but the volunteers were killed like a few kilometers away from Chernihiv. They could not get in. That's the... and that's the slide where I actually cannot talk. It speaks for itself. Thank you so much. She joined the army only after she made sure that the National Restoration Center came to Chernihiv and restored all the damaged artwork. After that, she joined the military. And I'm sorry, I'll be really fast. We've decided, together with the Museum Community of Ukraine and with Yulia, we decided to dedicate this presentation to everyone who to all the museum workers, archaeologists, historians, museum directors who were killed, either in their working place, either safeguarding the cultural heritage, trying to evacuate it, or protecting the people. And it's just a small part of all of them. And I will not ask you for a minute of silence, because we will celebrate their lives. Sorry. We will celebrate their lives, and we will cherish their legacy, and we will continue their work by rebuilding the museums, initiating the restitution, getting our looted collections back, and making Ukrainian museums part of the European cultural heritage and the European museum community. Thank you so much for this honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Milena, and thank you, Yulia, for coming. From Ukraine, we move to Madrid, to Spain, for the Factum Foundation for Digital Technology in Preservation, which documents cultural heritage through high-resolution digital recording and facsimiles. Its innovative approach returns artworks and sites to communities while protecting fragile originals and supports conservation, training, and research internationally. It's my pleasure to welcome on stage James Macmillan Scott, President of Factum Foundation for Digital Technology in Preservation.
It's very hard to follow the last presentation. Extremely moving. I think we have a video because I'm being lazy. And then I'm going to talk to you, so I'm not so lazy. And I start the video by pressing the button. Yes, here we go.
So if you want me to sum up Factum in 3 minutes, here goes. Factum Foundation uses technology to preserve cultural heritage. What we really do is use technology to question and think about the relationship between originality and authenticity. So at the beginning of everything that happens here is the question of getting digital data. We have to have the source material in the right form. We might do that down in the bottom of a tomb in the Valley of the Kings in Egypt, or we might do that in a chapel in San Luigi Francesi in Rome. The way we gather the data depends on what we're trying to do with it, what we want to use it for. We use this data that we digitize to look at it in different ways. We look at it on screen, and we very often rematerialize it, because looking at it as an exact object, an exact copy, is a totally different experience. And we've now got the technology to a point where we can make sculptures, or make paintings, or make tapestries, or make a whole range of objects that side by side with the original under museum conditions look identical. And that's a game changer, because in a way we can recontextualize things, we can represent them. We can show you a Caravaggio painting illuminated with a candle, which you can't do with the original. So there's a really important transformation happening. The experience we can have of a facsimile can be more authentic than the experience you could have in a museum looking at an object under museum lighting conditions. There are two bits of Factum. One is Factum Arte, and Factum Arte works with living artists like Anish Kapoor, Marina Abramovich, Grayson Perry. Factum Foundation uses many of the same technologies to look at works by artists who died a long time ago. One of Factum's core rules is we never touch. We never alter the evidence that an object holds. We never repaint it. And I think this comes from a very strong realization and belief that originality is not a fixed state of being, it's a process. Once a painting has been finished, that's not the end of its life, that's the beginning of its life. But our job, our role, is to show how objects are valued differently from different points of view in different cultures at different times. And this is what we focus on here. This is the core work of Factum.
That's it. So I don't know if you noticed, but on the front cover is an image of the Colossus in Rome, which we recreated. So Adam almost finished up with that. Adam founded Factum 25 years ago. We're incredibly proud to be a Europa Nostra heritage champion. And thank you very much, everyone, for recognizing what we've developed in Madrid over the past 25 years. Factum is completely independent and now operates across the world. It's a resource that has relevance to everyone in this room, to everyone involved in the preservation of cultural heritage. What you saw just now were some of the images from the creative workshop, which is made up by about 65 people with diverse skills developing and applying hardware and software to record in profound detail and materialize artifacts, to save and also to bring this evidence to a wider and much more engaged public. Touch is the most sensitive sense and most intimate sense. Yet, for obvious reasons in museums and exhibitions, you can't touch. Digital technologies are now making it possible to create outcomes which seem counterintuitive, but fundamentally important for both human and artificial intelligence. With rematerialized objects and digital display, engagement can be intimate and powerful, where a perfect record is created. The elephant in the room is long-term digital data storage. This is a challenge that must be addressed at the EU at government level. Big tech now controls the world of storage and how data and our behavior is manipulated. This control will define how knowledge is shaped, its formation, and who manages it and who has access. This is very powerful, and it's very concerning, and we have to address it. While this world of data is about money, the world of culture, of heritage, what we're involved in, is still dependent on dedication, vocation, voluntary work, and on passionate individuals. This dichotomy, if this dichotomy continues, then we'll all suffer. The EU and Europa Nostra can really help bridge this divide. It's an opportunity for a borderless, targeted effort to address the issue, and that needs money and resolve. It's amazing what you can do with technology when it's used in the right way. Factum's innovative approach continues to advance. In fact, it could help every project that's on the agenda today. Recording, documenting, and analyzing are essential in heritage preservation. There must be in-depth, profound, and secure records. And then, with this information safe, we and you can share, discuss, remake, reveal, and engage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and also to Adam Lowe for the video. It's not a coincidence that we end this category, Heritage Champions, with Factum Foundation, because we now move to the extra session of the 3 initiatives I was mentioning at the beginning. And the first of which is Europeana, another organization with a strong focus on digital transformation of cultural heritage. Europeana leads the Common European Data Space for Cultural Heritage and is proud partner of the European Heritage Hub. So Europeana is one of the 3 initiatives and programs we would like to dedicate the next 15 minutes before the break. None of them are award winners, but all of them offer relevant opportunities for the winners and for the audience today in general. So let's start with Europeana. It's a great pleasure to invite to the stage Lorena Aldana, a dear former colleague from Europa Nostra, and now head of external relations and advocacy at the Europeana Foundation. Lorena, the floor is yours.
Elena. Dear colleagues, thank you, Europa Nostra, for the invitation. I'm really honored to be here with you today. Among so many heritage champions and ambassadors, and indeed I was particularly happy to hear colleagues from the Factum Foundation also highlighting the opportunities but also the challenges that digital technologies open today. First I will start with a few words about the organization I represent. Europeana empowers the cultural heritage sector in its digital transformation. I will also get my slides. And our mission is to democratize access to cultural heritage through digital means. What we want to do is to support everyone out there to be able to access, use it, remix it, and altogether build a more open, creative, and knowledgeable society through digital cultural heritage. We are also proud partners of the European Heritage Hub EU-funded project, which is coordinated by Europa Nostra, and which brings together different initiatives and projects working together to advance green, social, and digital transformation of our society. So Europeana brings the digital expertise we build on over a decade of experience in digital capacity building and policies, and so we bring this to the table with our Heritage Hub. And this is indeed, as you see on screen, what I would like to share with you today. So I'm wearing 2 hats, Europeana and European Heritage Hub. So when we speak of digital transformation today, as mentioned also by the colleague from the Factum Foundation, we cannot avoid to address artificial intelligence. As a matter of fact, just a couple of days ago, Pope Leo released an encyclical on this topic, which is quite surprising for a person in this position. So the Pope released a letter in which he outlines that artificial intelligence is not antagonistic to humanity and is not the greatest evil, but he recalled that technology is not, and it has never been neutral, called for its use for the common good, and I quote, "A more moral AI is not enough if morality is determined by only a few." And so why is this important for our sector? Artificial intelligence has become a powerful sociocultural technology. 1 in each 6 people, according to Microsoft, is using artificial intelligence to make decisions, to translate, to access content, and this number is only growing. So in this context, we need to ask on which data is this technology being trained, by whom, and then our institutions, as the stewards of cultural memory, cannot remain neutral and passive observers. So we are really living a liminal moment when it comes to AI, and now we are faced with the question, will our sector shape AI, or will we simply and merely be shaped by it? So at the Europeana and at the Heritage Hub, we believe we can shape it, and we want to support our sector in doing so. We also think there's an important opportunity in terms of policy. The European Union is investing heavily in artificial intelligence, as put forward by the AI Continent Plan, which is backed by 200 billion of investment. But it's not just AI, it's a European approach to AI, and one that it can be a force for good and that somehow distinguishes us as Europeans from the other big tech. There is also a data union strategy that calls for 30 million cultural heritage assets to be available for AI. And here we really see that cultural data is a strategic resource. Why? It's multilingual, so it's not only in English. It's curated, it's structured, it has context, it has knowledge infrastructure that supports it. And so we believe that this needs to be recognized by the upcoming AI strategy for culture that will be released by Commissioner Mikalev very soon. So we know that our sector has this dual approach that you see on screen. On the one hand, we want to set boundaries, ethical and legal, but on the other hand, we also want to be opportunity seekers and use AI really to improve discovery, storytelling, and also more intimate approaches to cultural heritage, as it was just mentioned. Yes, but to do this, we really need the confidence to do so. And so we need to be secure of the fact that we will use AI only if this is aligned with our values, meaning if it's usable, mutual, reliable, and for the public interest. So I'm running out of time, but I just need a couple 20 seconds to finish. So on screen, you see what we believe can be our contribution to AI. So I spoke of data that is multilingual, data that can be traceable, that is accompanied by interpretable and curational knowledge. And it's not just web data, it's really and truly a resource. We could also use this data to shape more reciprocal models and more ethical models for AI as well. And of course, fully in our mission of supporting the audience in understanding and engaging with the world more critically, we can also support AI literacy and make sure that audiences understand how these models are trained, by whom, and for which purpose. We believe that today, AI is not just about technology, it's about our institutional positioning, democratic responsibility, safeguarding cultural rights, and also safeguarding Europe's cultural sovereignty. So please stay tuned for the coming work that we will be developing together with the European Heritage Hub around this interesting topic. And for more, we can meet during the coffee break. So thank you very much for your attention. And I give the... Grazie.
Grazie mille, Lorena. Thanks a lot. A lot of food for thoughts, indeed, for the upcoming coffee break. But first, we move to Culture Moves Europe, a mobility scheme that supports individual mobility and residency projects across Creative Europe countries, territories, and regions. And it's my pleasure to invite to the stage Judith Schulde, head of the program Culture Moves Europe, who will present us this initiative. Judith.
So I put on this
Yes.
one, right? Okay.
Yes, you
Well,
can.
first of all, I'm very happy. Thank you for the invitation, and I will promise to keep it very short. I know the break is very close. All good? I hope so. Yeah? Something happened. I don't really see it because of the light.
Can we continue?
Can we continue? Okay?
Okay, okay.
Okay.
Something was...
Yeah, okay, then I'll start again. Sorry, no worries. So the project is part, you mentioned it already, of the Creative Europe program, and it is funded with 25 million euros. And we implement the project as the Goethe Institute on behalf of the European Commission. Voila. What is the project about? I don't see that slide. Oh, okay. Yeah, I like to think of it as an Erasmus, but for culture. So it's a mobility scheme that supports artists and cultural professionals who wish to carry out a project with other artists and cultural professionals throughout the Creative Europe countries. It doesn't matter if it's an emerging artist or an established one, all levels of experience are welcome to apply. The important fact is that people live in one of the Creative Europe countries, which are all the countries of the European Union, but also some neighbor countries such as Tunisia or Ukraine. And you can see it also includes the overseas countries and territories and outermost regions, so Canary Islands, Martinique, etc. To apply, you must be active in at least one of the following sectors: architecture, cultural heritage, design and fashion design, literature, music, performing arts, and visual arts. And the project works with two different kinds of calls. We have one call for individual mobility with 6,000 grants, and we have one call for residency hosts with 1,000 residents. I will try to explain very quickly what it's about. So the individual mobility is for people who like to travel. Up to 5 can travel together to implement a project between 7 and 60 days. And the grant amount per person is more or less about 1,800 euros. It depends, of course, on the duration that people would stay. And the call for residency hosts is directed to legal entities who wish to invite up to 5 artists. The duration is a little bit longer, it's up to 90 days, and you can see the average amount is 13,000 euros per project. Yeah, maybe in a nutshell, what is special about Culture Moves Europe? It allows the artists lots of freedom. They can choose their project, they can choose their partner, they can choose the destination and the duration of the project. We invite professionals and artists in exile to apply because it doesn't matter about the nationality, but really about the legal place of residence. The application and reporting process is quite straightforward, and it's relatively easy, we hope, to calculate the budget. So it includes a travel and a daily allowance, but it also comes up with a special top-up system, meaning like an extra financial support for people who choose to travel green, people with family obligations, but also for people who would need a visa, and for people with a disability, we also provide a special support. So the next calls will open in autumn this year for both action lines, and we are especially looking for applications from the cultural heritage sector because it's one that is a bit less represented. So my message to you is please apply. I'm happy to discuss further and answer questions and chat with you in the break. And I would like to finish my presentation with a little video. It's a 1-minute video. I hope it works to hear some voices of our former grantees. Thank you very much.
To explore,
to create, to learn,
to connect,
to transform.
Programs such as Culture Moves Europe help and motivate to really kind of meet and connect.
We're able to create a sense of community so that we can really let the artists do what they do the best, which is art.
They just wanted to find a safe place to create something related with my life and the local people.
Having the opportunity to travel, to meet new cultures, new landscapes, it's a way to keep track of development of cultural sectors in whole of Europe, basically.
Every day you can explore something unique here.
This grant is really important for Europe as a whole, for the cultural sector to be diverse, more inclusive.
Ultimately, it would be nice if my art can transform somehow.
Thank you very much, Julia, and thanks for coming and for being available for the many questions probably the audience will have for you during the break. So last presentation before the break is by Joanna Leisner, who is also a jury member. So she has also 2 hats today, but now she will present us the EIT Culture and Creativity Program. She's member of the supervisory board. And she will present us this initiative, which supports Europe's cultural and creative sectors and industries.
Start with the video.
Yes, we can start with the video.
Is it working?
It will work. The technician will launch the video.
Culture and creativity are all around us, every day, every minute. It's innovation, sparked by imagination. Creators push boundaries, bringing life to the spaces we inhabit and the communities we belong to. They define the trends we follow and how we express ourselves. They keep us challenged, keep us moving, and take us to places we could only dream of. But every great idea needs resources to grow. Innovation thrives where imagination meets opportunity. At EIT Culture and Creativity, we know that. We nurture talent, build bridges, and strengthen Europe's creative and cultural sectors and industries, helping them grow and adapt to a changing digital and environmental world. We provide opportunities for innovators, companies, universities, research centres, cultural institutions, investors and policymakers alike. We provide resources, from access to funding opportunities and strategic support. We help creators, entrepreneurs and cultural innovators scale their projects, income and impact. We connect people, from Europe-wide events to a dedicated digital platform. We spark partnerships and build communities driven by creativity and collaboration. We develop skills, from professional courses to masters, PhDs, craft and cutting-edge technology programs. We provide the knowledge and tools creators need to succeed. Because we care about culture and creativity, we invite you to get involved. Together, we can unleash the untapped potential of culture and creativity for resilience, renewal, and economic growth. Join us in imagining desirable futures for Europe.
Kalispera, merhaba, good afternoon, everybody, distinguished guests, and dear brave and courageous Europa Nostra Awards winners. We are really grateful for your ideas, for your projects. It is a great honor for me today to invite you to explore together with me and my colleague Rolf Hughes, who is also here at the stand, to explore the manifold opportunities EIT, culture and creativity, is offering to all of you. What is EIT, culture and creativity? EIT stands for the European Institute of Innovation and Technology, and its headquarters are in Budapest. They have different innovation and knowledge communities, and the last one, which came into operation, was about culture and creativity. What are we doing? We have a mission. We want to empower the cultural and creative sectors and industries to scale, to become competitive, and to be fair and create meaningful jobs. We want to contribute that Europe becomes a continent which is sustainable, which is climate friendly, and offers a good way of life. We amplify the role of culture and creativity, and we want also to strengthen social cohesion. We have also different priority areas. You can see them here, but I would like to point now to cultural heritage, because we have seen cultural heritage offers a lot of ideas and opportunities to make Europe more competitive, more social inclusive, and also more climate friendly. This is especially important now because we have experiencing right now a climate crisis. We see the first heat wave, and we have not yet been adapting to this change in climate. What do? We connect partners from all over Europe and beyond Europe. We have created regional hubs, and we also have a digital hub. We are a growing community. We have 30 core partners, 17 cooperation partners, and more than 2,000 associates. 1,000 is already outdated, this number. And as it was already mentioned, we have also funding opportunities. We are the largest program so far dedicated to the cultural and creative and cultural heritage sector in Europe. And we are especially grateful for the European Union that they are investing, especially in these critical days, into culture, creativity, and cultural heritage. This is not an automatism. We are in the focus also that our sector contributes to European well-being, and this means we need to deliver results. Unfortunately, Mr. Draghi has not mentioned our sector in his report, but I think we are very relevant to the European Union. We are innovative, and we can contribute a lot to European well-being and also to job creation. So in autumn, we will see a lot of new calls coming out for business creation, for innovation, for transformation, and for education. Here you see a representation of the core partners which have contributed so far to the establishment of this EIT culture and creativity. Our regional hubs are dedicated to value-added networks. They are looking into European programs. They are looking for partnerships for impact and also ecosystem services. Our 6 regional hubs are the gateway to across Europe, but not only across Europe, also beyond Europe. So especially the regional hub in Bologna and also the regional hub in Vienna, they have as their key priority areas cultural heritage. I would like to invite you to come to our stand to explore together with us what we can do to spur innovation throughout Europe at this critical time where we have geopolitical conflicts and the climate crisis. And I think we I think we all agree that culture, creativity, and cultural heritage are the foundation of Europe. And I know from many colleagues beyond Europe that they are looking jealously to Europe what kind of programs we have installed to support culture and creativity and the longevity of our cultural heritage. Thank you very much. Please come to our stand and we can discuss what we can do together with your bright ideas and courageous and innovative projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joanna. So it's now time for coffee, refreshments, and some networking. Please come back in 30 minutes, so we will start again at 20 to 5. We have many other nice presentations for you. Thank you. So we are about to start the second session. Just a quick question before we start. Can you please check your summit bag and make sure that it's yours? Because one of the presenters left the bag on the seat and is not there anymore. The problem is there are her glasses inside, so she really needs the glasses. So if you can check, I really hope it will work. Okay, so I think we can start. The second session, we start with the category Education, Training and Skills, which recognizes exemplary projects, initiatives related to cultural heritage aimed at fostering knowledge transfer, capacity building, and the development of traditional and contemporary skills and crafts connected to heritage. Our first project takes us to the far north, to Iceland. So the Heritage Craft School, which preserves, promotes, and documents Iceland's turf building tradition through hands-on training, research, and the restoration of protecting farm buildings. So please welcome on stage Berglind Thorsteinsdóttir, Museum Director, who will share more about this inspiring initiative. Berglind, the floor is yours.
The green one. Yeah. Thank you, Elena. Distinguished guests, dear colleagues and friends, first of all, I would like to express our deepest gratitude to Europa Nostra for this wonderful recognition. We are truly honored. The Heritage Craft School is a hands-on training program run by the Skagafjörður Heritage Museum in North Iceland. Established in 2006, that program has since focused on training adults in vernacular building skills, mainly turf construction. Students learn by taking part in restoration and reconstruction of traditional turf buildings. They learn how to select, harvest, and work with turf, stone, and timber, and how to understand building methods that are an important part of Iceland's intangible cultural heritage. Turf buildings were once central to everyday life in Iceland. They were used as homes, farm buildings, churches, and other structures well into the 20th century. These buildings are not only fascinating and beautiful features of Icelandic landscapes, they are also a powerful reminder of the ingenuity and resilience of past generations. They developed in response to specific environmental and economic and cultural conditions. They were built from materials found close by, turf, stone, and driftwood. Turf proved to be an excellent building material for cool northern climates, providing very good insulation against the cold. These buildings were in many ways as sustainable as buildings can be, made from local, renewable, and reusable materials and shaped by deep knowledge of place and climate. Skagafjörður Heritage Museum has long been active in preserving knowledge on turf structures. The museum is located at a historic turf farm, Glumbyr, as you see pictured here, and is a part of the historic buildings collection of the National Museum of Iceland. My predecessor as museum director, Sigríður Sigurðardóttir, recognized the urgency of researching and preserving turf building methods. Without people who know how to build, repair, and maintain these structures, historic turf houses cannot survive. She also recognized the museum's unique position to take on this work. The region is rich in turf buildings. Perhaps it is due to our dry climate that the people continue to use turf to build their houses longer than their neighbors did. Around the turn of the millennium, the museum began actively researching local turf structures. At that time, several local people still knew how to build with turf, but very few were putting that knowledge into practice. Tyrfingstaðir Farm was chosen as both a restoration site and a venue for courses. The Heritage Craft School was founded in collaboration with Hólar University and the Comprehensive Secondary School of Northwest Iceland. Several individuals have contributed to the program over the years, but one person must be mentioned especially, Sigurður Helgi Sigurðsson, Master Turf Builder. He has been the main instructor and has extensive experience in the field. You can see him there on the top and in the room as well. I would also like to acknowledge the project managers, Bryndís Soeka and Inga Katrín Magnúsdóttir, landowners, teachers, students, partners, and supporters who have carried this work forward. This award belongs to all of them. Now, 20 years on, with over 50 courses and 500 participants behind us, the Heritage Craft School is still going strong. But behind this success, there is also a serious concern. Iceland's turf building heritage is fragile. There is no clear national policy for its preservation, funding is limited, and there are too few incentives for people to acquire these skills. There is also no complete overview of standing turf buildings nationwide. As a result, we do not know exactly how many remain, what conditions they are in, or where action is most needed. A survey conducted by Skagafjörður Heritage Museum in 2022 underlines the seriousness of the situation. 59 turf structures were surveyed in the Skagafjörður region, and comparisons with earlier surveys show how quickly these structures can be lost. Of the buildings previously documented, 62% had already collapsed or were partially collapsed. If no action is taken, many of the turf buildings still standing today may be lost within the next few years or decades. This is why we believe the Heritage Craft School matters. It is not only about teaching an old craft, it's about safeguarding knowledge and material culture, strengthening local communities, and making sure that future generations can understand, maintain, and value this unique part of world's heritage. We sincerely hope that this award will help raise awareness of the importance of preserving Iceland's turf building heritage and encourage stronger support for the people and institutions working to keep this knowledge alive. On behalf of the Skagafjörður Heritage Museum and the Heritage Craft School, thank you to Europa Nostra, to the jury, and to everyone who has believed in this work. We are deeply grateful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Berglind. I see the next presenter already here, Audrey Farrell, Senior Conservation Architect from the Heritage Services Office of Public Works, Ireland. She will present the project Improving the Energy Performance of Heritage Properties in State Care Initiative from Dublin. Audrey, the floor is yours.
Good evening, and I'm delighted here to speak on the Office of Public Work Ireland, Improving the Energy Performance of Heritage Properties in State Care Initiative. Established in 1831, the Office of Public Works, also known as the OPW, is the government office responsible for managing the government's estate portfolio. This includes a significant range of historic and heritage buildings across the country, including offices, historic house museums, museums in historic buildings, government department headquarters, and courthouses. In response to climate change, the Irish Government is creating and implementing policies and strategies to achieve its long-term goals of transitioning to a low-carbon, carbon-resilient economy by 2050. Public bodies like the OPW are required to reduce carbon emissions by 51% and to improve energy efficiency by 50% by 2030. Improving the energy performance of our heritage buildings needs to be part of meeting these targets. In 2021, the OPW created the initiative, Improving the Energy Performance of Heritage Properties in State Care. After carrying out a knowledge gap analysis, a strategy was planned over 3 core deliverables. We developed an in-house guidance to provide a structured approach to guide the energy renovation of heritage properties, developed 6 energy upgrade case studies, and provided training through a 3-day course to over 400 public sector heritage professionals. The OPW guidance is based on the recommended processes in EN 16883 in an easy-to-follow format with supporting information. The guide is structured over 5 project stages. Each stage chapter sets out key points and objectives of that project development stage and ends with a summary checklist. The process puts inspection and data collection to the fore of the project. The guide includes tables and templates to assist the decision-making process for every energy upgrade intervention. Each potential upgrade measure is assessed against a series of categories, including technical compatibility and heritage impact. As reflected in the diagram, it is important to point out that the process is dynamic and multidisciplinary from the outset. As fabric and service system upgrade solutions are proposed, these are risk assessed and reviewed against the project targets and the heritage impact assessment until the most suitable solution is found. For instance, the selection of insulations for a fabric upgrade would include a review of each option of insulation against the assessment categories and should be supported by technical risk analysis. 6 supporting energy renovation case studies of different heritage building typologies were developed, 5 desktop and 1 completed project. The designs are informed by an in-depth understanding of the construction and condition of each building, including on-site testing, such as in-situ U-value tests, moisture absorption, and heritage assessments. These next few slides show each case study's details. The Building Energy Rating, BER, also known as the Energy Performance Certificate in Europe, for before and after the proposed energy renovation works. Our goal through the case studies was to present a variety in both building typology as well as the type of energy efficiency upgrades proposed. While the buildings may represent their own opportunities and challenges, the approach developed in our guidance was successfully applied across all case studies. I'd like to take a moment to mention one of our case studies, Block M, Dublin Castle, where the energy upgrade works were completed. The symmetrical layout of the building gave us an opportunity to test in situ the performance of 2 types of vapor open internal wall insulation, wood fiberboard and a cork clay lime insulated plaster, creating a live laboratory. Upgrade works were complete in 2024, and we now have nearly 2 years of valuable monitoring data. The findings will inform future upgrade solutions for other heritage buildings in our care. So, building on the guidance and the case study research, over 3 days in early 2025, a training course was delivered to over 400 public sector technical staff, heritage managers, and case studies. Lectures were delivered by 35 eminent speakers from across Ireland and Europe. Alongside lectures, multiple hands-on demonstrations were organised, such as in situ U-value testing, laser scanning, but also traditional building skills. The talks were organised by the general teams for each day of policy, practice and impact. Attendees were also given access to an online platform with the presentation recordings and supporting course materials. The recordings from the training, as well as the guidance and case studies reports, can now be accessed for free on the OPW webpage. This QR code here should bring you along to it, but it's easy to Google also. The training is kindly being supported on the EU Academy platform. So I would like to end by saying thank you to the many people, both within OPW and our excellent consultants, that through a collaborative approach developed our initiative documents and training, and the European Commission Director General for Structural Reform Support, who co-funded the initiative. We hope this award will help further share the knowledge learned and training availability across Ireland and Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Audrey. From Ireland, we move to a collaborative project between Italy and Spain, the International Summer School on Historic Masonry Structure, HIMAS. It will be presented by Santiago Huerta and Maurizio Angelillo, professors at the Technical University of Madrid and the University of Salerno. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Historical masonry structures were designed and built following a knowledge which is no longer available. The design was based on geometry rather than mechanics or the strength of materials, focusing on the equilibrium between the different parts. All master builders used rules of proportion, which, associated with the knowledge, have been forgotten. We have lost the ability to design arches and vaults. The main objective of this summer school is to obtain or to recover the fundamental theoretical and practical knowledge, as well as the essential tools to analyze historical buildings. It brings together engineering, architecture, restoration, and construction history. The theory and practice of masonry was lost throughout the 20th century, and this has serious consequences. Arches and vaults, masonry structures in general, are no longer taught in the universities, but the built historical heritage must be preserved. The question is, how is it possible to care for and maintain something that it is not understood? Ignorance breeds fear, and this frequently leads to aggressive and very expensive interventions. Knowledge is the prerequisite of all respect. What is not known is not respected. It is urgent to recover this lost knowledge. It is not an easy task. We cannot think and work like the old masters. We must assimilate the essentials within our current framework of thought. This implies accepting some changes, eliminating prejudices, and focusing on the fundamentals. The main goal is to restore the confidence in historical buildings. On the other hand, why not build arches and vaults today? Traditional construction is, by definition, sustainable. It has been tested in the laboratory of history. And besides, masonry arches, vaults, and domes are beautiful. These are our concerns and objectives, and my colleague and friend Maurizio will explain how we have tried to transmit this.
Thank you, Santiago. Were these considerations that in 2017 led to the foundation of the school. It was conceived jointly by the University of Roma Tre, the Universidad Politécnica de Madrid, and the University of Salerno. The summer school takes place in old towns, ancient villages, in Italy and Spain. It is organized in 2 sections. There are classes and lectures, work group on field work, visits to monuments, a vault workshop, a construction workshop, and the final presentations. Class and guest lecturers focus on developing critical thinking, deepening fundamental concepts. For the case studies, the students are provided with point clouds coming from laser scanner, allowing to study the geometry, the construction, and the deformation of these structures. And this is the basis for the structural analysis. The case studies are chosen to be accessible. For example, in vaults, it's very important to access the Estrados. Groups analyze the case studies through graphic statics and also advanced computer programs using available software critically. The visit to relevant monuments that are located nearby these towns help to complete the vision. Tile vault construction workshop is fundamental. It involves layout, construction, and testing. The students build small arches, and the master mason builds a bigger vault to show the possibilities of this technique of tile vaulting. Arches and vaults are tested to collapse. The breeze resulting from collapse is gathered by hand, and this is part of the learning process. And all this is then lived with food and drinks, and actually it was done in the old times. At the end, each group presents the results of their analysis. The results are discussed among the students and teachers, and the awarding of the diplomas marks the end of the school. To conclude, there is a joint dinner and sometimes a football tournament. The summer school IMAS has been running since 2018. 160 students participated, 40 teachers, maybe more, collaborated. We hope to have sown the seed for the individual growth of each participant, both teachers and students, in learning and appreciating historical masonry construction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now travel from Spain, Italy to Latvia for the Cita Riga's initiative, co-creating urban heritage with children. So please welcome Inese Grandane, member of the board of the NGO Cita Riga.
Our work is about children, young people, and urban heritage. We believe that children do not learn heritage only by memorizing facts and dates. They understand it much more better than they can taste, touch, and experience the city themselves. For us, heritage is not something distant or difficult. It can be alive, practical, and easy to understand. This is my idea of the Cita Riga. The problem. Urban heritage often feels distant and abstract for children. Sometimes it is represented in a very serious way. There are many dates, names, and facts, but children need more than information. They need to see, feel, and explore. So, we try to change the way children meet the heritage. We transform city into a living learning space. This means that learning does not happen only in the classrooms or museums. It can happen in streets, country yards, near rivers, in old industrial places, and in forgotten parts of the city. Our method is explore, test, experience, and reflect. Our method is simple. First, children explore, then they look at the city and ask the questions. Then they test, they trial small experience and practical tasks. After that, they experience. History becomes something they can do, not only something they heard about. And finally, they reflect. We talk together about what happened. What did we discover? What was true? What was only legend? And what did the place tell us? This helps children to think critically. They do not just repeat answers, they learn to ask better questions. Learning through real experience, we often start with simple but surprising questions. For example, how to put out a fire with milk? How do children explore the history of Sever's underground? How to archaeology became a hands-on experience. These questions help children enter history through actions. They do not only listen to stories about the past, they test them, then complete facts, legends, and real places. This makes heritage easier to understand. It also makes it more existing. And then children discover something by themselves. They remember it much longer. For us, heritage is not only inside museums. It is also in the city around us. It is in landscapes, nature, old buildings, industrial places, water systems, and forgotten corners. We show children that the city can be read like a book. Every street, every building, and every place has a story. But the children are not just listeners. They become explorers. They learn that heritage belongs to them too, not only to experts or adults. This is very important because attachment to the place starts with personal experience. Every year, City Riga works with more than 2,500 children and young people. Many youngsters come back again and learn more. Some of them later become volunteers. For us, this is very important. It shows that the project is not only one-time activity. It creates a longer relationships between children and the city and heritage. Our work recognition through European Heritage Awards is very important for us, but the most important result is still very simple. Children start to see the city differently. They notice more, they ask more, and they care more. We do not teach children to admire heritage from the distance. We invite them inside. We invite them to touch, test, question, and experience, because heritage becomes meaningful when people feel connected to it. And children are not only the audience of the heritage, they are its future takers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Inez. And we now travel to Montenegro for the project Safeguarding the Dobrota Lace Tradition, Pacienza project from Kotor. And here is the presenter with glasses. Yes. So please welcome Milena Mirsic, head of the Peres Museum at the Municipal Public Institution Museums of Kotor.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, on behalf of the Museums of Kotor, I have the honor to present Pacienza, a project, once more, okay, project dedicated to the revitalization of Dobrota lace making, a delicate needle lace tradition from the Bay of Kotor, shaped through centuries of Mediterranean and Venetian cultural influences. Dobrota lace is a part of a wider European tradition of lace making, but at the same time, it developed its own distinctive local identity connected to the maritime culture of our region and the lives of women in coastal communities. When we began this project, the tradition was close to disappearing from living heritage. At that moment, Nada Radovic, the officially recognized guardian of Dobrota lace making, remained the only recognized bearer of this knowledge in Montenegro, although this refined embroidery tradition had been inscribed on the national list of intangible cultural heritage in 2013. Together with Nada Radovic, the Museums of Kotor organized free workshops attended over the past years by more than 60 women of different generations. Through these workshops, we aimed not only to preserve a skill, but also to rebuild the continuity of knowledge transmission. Very soon, we realized that safeguarding heritage could not remain limited to workshop spaces alone. That is why we gradually moved lace making into public space through contemporary exhibitions, public installations, live performances and demonstrations in the squares of Kotor. The places where these gatherings happened were also important: historic, urban spaces connected to the identity and collective memory of the city. In this way, heritage became visible again within everyday life, and not only for the local community, but also for numerous visitors and tourists. The project continued to grow through regional collaborations and participation in international lace festivals. This year, we also launched the first international lace festival in Kotor, dedicated exclusively to needle lace traditions. At the same time, the project inspired new forms of interpretation, from an award-winning museum souvenir collection to illustrations, publications, and collaborations with contemporary artists and musicians. So for us, Pazienza is not only about lace. It is about how heritage can reconnect communities, generations, and contemporary society. And now, we invite you to discover what Pazienza has become. Another video.
Pacijenca. Žuri polako. Živi trenutak. Za budućnost sačuvaj. Vrijednost koja gradi. Vrijednost koja stvara. Pacijenca. Strpljenje. Da se podigne grad. Da se nauči plemeniti vez. Da se sačuva rijetka riječ. Strpljenje u čekanju kao znak istinske ljubavi. Dugi vijađi. Pacijenca. Čipka je istorija, kultura, emancipacija, umjetnost. Od oka do boda sati predanosti. Pacijenca. Čipka je inovacija, stara i nova, spona prošlosti i budućnosti. Gradivni element našeg grada. Čipka je dobrota, ona je naš Kotor. Čuvajmo je znanjem i pacijencom.
Thank you for your attention.
Our final stop in this category is in Slovenia for the School of Renovation. I invite on stage Mateja Kapčić, architect, conservator, freelancer, a member of the expert council of the School of Renovation.
Thank you. Dear all, dear colleagues, dear friends, dear admirers of cultural heritage across Europe, allow me to present 15 years of Slovenian experience with the work of the School of Renovation. It was, this one, yeah. The school was established in 2015 at the initiative of the Association of the Historic Towns of Slovenia, representing public interest and needs, and connect partners, Institute for the Protection of Cultural Heritage of Slovenia, who represents conservation professionals and knowledge, Faculty of Architecture in Ljubljana, who represents future planners, and the Secondary School of Civil Engineering, Land Surveying and Environmental Studies, representing future craftsmen. The project responds to the shortage of skilled contractors for the renovation of historic buildings. The core of our activities are training courses of built heritage techniques, such as stone cutting, lime renders repair, timber construction, traditional roofing, and many others. Trainings take place across the country at heritage sites of historic towns or other sites proposed by municipalities or sites which our owners and managers propose to us. The workshops last between 1 to 5 days and are free of charge thanks to the financial support of the Ministry of Culture and the Institute of the Protection of Cultural Heritage of Slovenia. Who are our tutors? We are very trying to involve in all workshops to find masters of traditional skills and give them opportunity to pass on their knowledge to younger generations. But other tutors are extremely valuable to us. They are conservators, restorers, material specialists, civil engineers, architects, school teachers. And I would like to take this opportunity to publicly thank them for all their contribution to this acknowledgement, because this is our joint achievement. Who are our participants? 15 years ago, most of the participants were older heritage enthusiasts. But every year, the participation has grown with younger people. Today, all generations, from the youngest to the generation of active owners and professionals, attend the workshops. To raise awareness of social importance of built heritage, the school promotes quality renovations through a BNL award for owners of well-restored buildings. The award is intended exclusively for the owners of the heritage, without whom the preservation would not be possible. And then we also invite owners to open their homes, and they proudly share their experience with others facing similar challenges. To support knowledge, the School of Renovation also provides technical advice and publishes guidance materials online to make professional knowledge more accessible. We are compiling a list of qualified contractors recommended by the owners. Workshops enables craftspeople also to acquire recognized competencies in heritage renovation through the National Vocational Qualification System. And with the support of the Norway grants, we implemented Project School of Renovation for New Generations in the Heritage of 20th Century, which has the main goal to provide a more structured education on the cultural heritage at the primary school level. And finally, some numbers. 50 workshops, 3 one-day lectures at 50 cultural heritage sites. More than 1,000 participants were trained by 50 mentors, and we highlighted 51 quality renovated buildings. Thank you very much for this opportunity and for recognizing our work, and it encourages us to implement new initiatives in the future and new ideas, which I assure we have many. Thank you.
Very good. Thanks a lot, Mateja. So that was the last winner in category Education, Training and Skills. We can now move to category Research, which celebrates innovative projects that have a measurable impact on safeguarding cultural heritage and enhancing the way communities access and understand it. So our first project is from Cyprus. You have heard her voice already at the beginning of this event. Now we will have the chance to know more about the Cypriot fiddler. So Nicoleta Demetriou, the director of the Cyprus Music Archive. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Elena. And thank you. Thank you, and many thanks to Europa Nostra and Europa Nostra Nicosia Hub for this opportunity. I'm honored to be here. So what did Cyprus sound like in the mid-20th century? If we could travel back in time, if we could go back to a village wedding or festival, what sounds would we hear? What instruments would we see? Who were the musicians? How did they learn to play music? How did they view themselves? How did society view them? These are only some of the questions that the Cypriot Fiddler has been trying to answer for the past 20 years. The Cypriot Fiddler is a long-term ethnographic project that records the life stories of the last surviving traditional musicians of Cyprus, both Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots. The term fiddlers is perhaps slightly misleading. Even though it can and does mean the performance of the violin, the fiddle, the plural term in Cypriot Greek, fkiolarides, also means the violin and the lauto playing together, or can indeed refer to all kinds of traditional music ensembles. This is why the project records not only the life stories of violin players, but also the life stories of lauto players, percussionists, and zurna and daul performers. The fiddlers were men of modest financial means who learned music mostly by ear through a system of apprenticeship and who made up a distinct professional class up until the early 1960s. Their role in weddings and religious festivals was central. No ritual and no celebration was considered complete without their participation. As of 2022, the Cypriot Fiddler consists of a book, a documentary, and an open access website. This is not history with a capital H. It's history from the bottom up. It's an attempt not to interpret what these musicians did or how they lived, but instead to give them the chance to tell their own story in their own words.
Τη μουσική αγάπησα την από μικρός τελείως που ήμουν στο δημοτικό σχολείο. Οι άλλοι έπαιζαν στο διάλειμμα και έβαζαν πιο χαρτιά και έπαιζαν το χρώμα με το στόμα μου και χτύπουν το ρυθμό με το χαρτιούθια και ευχαριστιόμουν.
Μπορεί να πω είναι γονίδια, διότι ο πατέρας μου είχε θείο φκιολάρι βρακά. Είχα αρφό φκιολάρι. Εγώ εδώ τον αδερφό μου έπαιζε ένα τραγούδα, είναι δουλειά που μου αρέσει.
Παχής που πήγα και έπαιξα στο γάμο, έπιαχα 13 λίρες και ήρθα έστω και έτσι μου, μέτρουν τα. Αλλά λίγο τσίφες μου πέσε ο καμουτσιμί μου και μετράστα το πρωί. Ήρθα του ντάνε είναι η ώρα 4 λεπτά τώρα, να τα μετρήσω τα ρεάλια μου. Πιάνα 1,5 λίρα και πια 13 λίρες ένα μετρήσω τα λουισταούλα. Το μεράκι μου που πια έτσι ρεάλια, ήμουν ολόχαρος.
Εγώ συνέχισα ρεπία και έμαθα βιολί. Έστειλε με ο πατέρας μου να μάθω βιολί. Ερωτούσαν με και μάλιστα, Νίκο μου, είναι τα τέχνη θέλεις να πάεις για μου. Το λοιπόν, στο τέλος λέει μου, ρε πάει να μάθεις βιολί. Καλό λέω του, πρόθυμος, πολύ πρόθυμος.
Ως το 1974, ως το 80, έχει ένα βιολάρι και εμείς. Κάποτε δεν έπαιρνε με βιολάρις. Ο κόσμος
που έρχεται, τα 3 γαρτά στο γάμο, προτίμαν το τούμπανο.
Πρώτα έπρεπε να ικανοποιείς τους χορευτές. Δηλαδή, αν και ήμουν πολλά δυνατός σκολάρης, να πούμε ένα παραδείγμα τους χάρη του τραγουδισμάτου. Οι Μερακλείες ήθελαν να πούν 3-4 τραγούδια, 5 τραγούδια. Είχε πιολάριες ελαλούα και έκοβκαν τους στο χώμα. Εμένα άρεσκε μου, την ώρα που τραγουδούσαν οι χορευτές, τραγούδουν και εγώ τα δυστυχά. Δηλαδή, ένιωθα τους χορευτές.
Ήταν πράγματα τα οποία περάσαν από τη ζωή μου και ξεχνούνται. Κάποτε, αν με φωνάξει κάποιον να πάω να παίξω βιολί ή να αλλάξουν έναν τρόινο και πω όχι, και είναι η τιμωρία μου το όχι. Πρέπει να πάω να παίξω ό,τι μπορώ. Όσο μπορώ και ό,τι μπορώ πρέπει να πάω. Αν δεν πάω, χάνονται τα όνειρα μου.
The Cypriot Fiddler does not simply record the life stories of old Cypriot musicians in the first half of the 20th century. It also records the wider social and cultural history of Cyprus, the Mediterranean, and Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nicoletta. We will listen to more music at the end. But now let's stay in this category, research. We move to Italy, to the National Historical Archive of Italian Restorers, ASTRI. Please give a warm welcome to Lanfranco Secco Suardo, Project Coordinator and President of the Associazione Giovanni Secco Suardo. Please,
Grazie.
the floor is yours. Prego.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Europa Nostra, thank you. Town of Nicosia, thank you also. Well, very shortly, I try to explain our project that is quite simple, because the works of art, the cultural heritage, last normally, luck for them, much more than us. But similar to us, more they become old, more they need a continuous care and a very detailed sources of information of what we call conservation history. Our project started from a long historical line that started with Giovanni Secco Suardo, that was one of the main figure of the new discipline that in Italy was developing in the 19th century. Just making a quick jump, long jump, we can arrive to the 20th century, in the 1939, when in Italy was born the first school with a state control in the world, that was the Istituto Centrale del Restauro. Cesare Brandi, a very important figure for our culture, was the first director. And when he had to call the first conservator restorer, he called all a group that were student of Giovanni Secco Suardo. Okay. We are coming very close. When the Associazione Giovanni was founded on the suggestion of the Istituto Centrale del Restauro, and after a few years started the project of National Historical Archive of Italian Restorer. That was proposed from all the scientific community for not losing hundreds, thousands, millions of documents of all the personal and professional archives of conservator restorer, female and male. Well, it's very clearly expressed in these different big documents that any conservation restoration intervention should start only after you have studied very carefully the object, and you know exactly, or as much as possible, what happened to that object, to that work of art, in terms of other intervention, of problems of disease, as well as we care very much about all our documents of our health life. For to whom it's dedicated. To all the conservatory restorer who start a new intervention, to all the conservation scientists who must analyze a work of art before an conservation restoration intervention, to all the official that control and authorize the restoration, to all the teachers that have to teach art history and art and theory of restoration, and to all the museum who conserve works of art. At the moment, today, the project conserves 35 personal archives that go through 200 years of history with 2 million documents and 1 million average images, analysis, thermography, etc., etc. And approximately 100,000 fields inside the database that have been created on different support. We have original letters, ink and paper, we have a file, we have film on pellicola photograph, and also, of course, in more recent time, all kind of digital documents. This is the distribution from where they came until now, all the private archive and the names of the different restorer. This is a very, very simple representation of the structure of the database. On this project, in the database, there are not only information that come from the archive that we have saved, but also from public archives. And this happened through different university projects that we have been able to work together in different parts of Italy, as you can see. We have also tried some years ago to expand this kind of, let's call it service, public service, to other part of other country of Europe, because we know very well that works of art have traveled, and works of art doesn't belong necessarily to one or other nation. So it would be important one day that there would be a possible exchange of historical information of the works of art between the different European countries. Finito.
Okay.
My time is finished, as is remain a big question that means what will happen in the future. In the future, my only hope is to keep going on and hope that the project remain a European project. Thank you very much.
Meglio di qua, sì? Okay. That's fine, Lanfranco. Thanks a lot. So now from Italy, we move to Spain for the Phoenix project in Sevilla. So we are pleased to have here with us Pilar Ortiz, full professor and principal investigator of the project and the Universidad Pablo de Olavide. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Europa Nostra, Nicosia organizer. And it's a pleasure to share with all the awarded this afternoon because it's really very, very interesting project. Which is our vision of cultural heritage. Our vision for cultural heritage is like living being. Cultural heritage is born, it grows socially or physically, sometimes it reproduces itself, and unfortunately, at times it dies or disappears. Within this cycle, there are two types of medicine that we must practice in cultural heritage: preventive conservation and emergency response. FENIS is an applied research project that develops practical tools to help cultural heritage institutions to prepare as preventive doctors and the emergency doctor. But why is necessary FENIS in Europe? Do you remember where you were the Monday of Notre Dame fire? I do, and my team also. Fire, floods, earthquake, and harmful social dynamics threaten our heritage every day. And for this reason, we have worked in FENIX. But what is FENIX? We have created a platform, a digital platform, designed to provide solutions to this current challenge. It combines different tools, models, and software systems for preventive conservation and emergency response, which, as the jury highlight, FENI presents a methodology that many European countries have yet to develop. FENIS is built around this integrated digital toolbox, structured around 5 complementary tools: structural vulnerability assessment supported by artificial intelligence, climate and environmental risk analysis using open satellite data that are free outside, emergency management software, documentation system for evacuation procedures, and environmental, can I go? Well, sorry, I mix. And environment for training. The system helps institutions assess vulnerability and plan evacuation procedures. The research has been validated in churches, fortified cities, museums, archives, libraries, archaeological sites, and others as living laboratories. These include emergency exercise at the Antequera Dolmen site in Malaga, UNESCO World Heritage, the Royal Tapestry Factory in Madrid, the Fine Art Museum of Valencia, and other churches, museums, and archives in southern Spain. This simulation covers fires, flooding, and seismic events. These living laboratories in Spain have involved different experts in cultural heritage and emergency management, so that the methodology can be used in coordination with civil protection, firefighters, national and local police force, the military emergency unit, volunteers, restorers, conservators, architects, archaeologists, and many others. With more than 2,000 participants from different disciplines, the activities aim to educate current professional and future generation while also raising awareness among the general public. Moreover, the preventive conservation model have also been adapted for students in other countries all around the world, and is part of our future vision to involve master students and younger generation. We have developed a role-playing game for them that is called Red Alert, and we have played with them, and now we want to digitalize this. Although I am standing here today, this award belongs to the great team of researchers and organizers that are behind FENIX project, as well as a lot of collaborators for Spanish civil protection who stand behind FENIX. We have to learn to speak a common language because civil protection and cultural heritage word or field come from different ways of speak. I always see that we are passionate, even a little crazy, no, very crazy about monuments and cultural heritage, and for this reason, our team has dedicated countless hours and enormous passion to FENIX, believing that research into the preventive conservation and emergency response of cultural heritage is an investment in Europe's future through the preservation of our cultural roots. Thank you very much for your attention. The applause is not for me, it's for all of them, all people behind FENIX. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have now the last but not least 9 projects from category conservation and adaptive reuse, which recognizes projects that conserve, regenerate, and adapt cultural heritage, also landscape, to new uses. So our first stop takes us to Hungary, to the Hungarian State Opera House in Budapest. We are pleased to welcome Gábor Zboki, Executive Director and Lead Architect at the ZDA Zboki Design and Architecture, who will share the story behind this remarkable restoration. Please, the floor is yours.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. First time in Cyprus, first time in your family. I'm very happy and well honored to be here. I speak very fast about the building. It was a 6 years long process, reconstruction after 3 reconstruction earlier. The building now is 142 years old. And we can say, I push this one?
The green one.
The green one.
This or this?
So this building is, I think, the representative of our blooming era. You know, Hungarian history is a little bit depressive. And these 40 years, when Budapest established after the agreement with the Habsburgs, developed very fast. 40 years, we built up a city, which I think a miraculous place, still today. The last 120 years, the engineers and the architects did a lot of things, but I think we haven't been able to spoil the ambience of the city so far. We did everything, but still, if you come to Budapest, you feel this ambience which is in Budapest. And I think after the Second World War, we had a lot of problems, but normally these buildings really shows you how this beautiful era was. And let's say, opera was the Instagram or the Facebook of that time. If you wanted to hug somebody or do a business, you went to the opera to meet people. And that's why, how can I say, this is our national monument, our national theater. Normally, we did an operatic theater and a drama theater. We demolished the National Theater when the metro line built under the communist era. But this building never got any hurt. And that's why maybe one of the unique piece of European opera culture, because many the German and Austrian opera houses burned out in the Second World War, also in Italian shoot, a lot of buildings burned out. This is an original piece when Caruso sang. So in the walls, you listen Caruso's voice. We have no any drawings. It's disappeared. So we did more than 2 years measurements. We found some nice pictures, but this is, as I always say, this is the overture of an opera performance, when you step in an opera house and you feel that you are somewhere. We had some pictures after the inauguration, 1884. The German Chamber of Engineers did a description, and we have some bills, for example, about the curtains. So we had to do a big research how the building was. No colored pictures, nothing 5 or 6 layers of paint on the walls, and normally the acoustics change a lot. So it started with 900 seats, after come 1,200. You know, there was an intendant who wanted to do as Hitler in Bayreuth, to listen everybody operas, and that's why the acoustic ambience totally changed. And but you feel it is this ambiance really shows this 400 years old genre of music and drama theater. The reconstruction was not so easy because the government gave 1/3 of the money of the full reconstruction, and normally as architects all over the world fight not only for the drawings, but not fight only on the sides, but also with the government to get more money. Also, the careers of the singers and the ballet dancers is a crazy 6 years when you are not on the stage. So we are under big pressure, but I didn't give it up. Let's say more than 300 engineers, and maybe I don't know how. Yeah, 300 engineers, more than 2,000 workers was with us. And I think it was 6 years long process, but at the end we reached the full reconstruction situation. Everything moved. It's a wooden theater from the boxes, and because some changes of the last free reconstruction, we had to put back the original wooden pavements and walls and everything, and this double target means double ethos, let's say, reserve the original ambience, but to hidden all the new technical elements. Never forget this building built when Belcanto was, Bellini, Donizetti, La Norma was one of the most important pieces here, and Wagner came after, and the instruments are double. So we had to change not only the new technical background, but also the acoustics to reserve. This is the stage machinery. We totally changed everything. We had German Democratic Republic, 30 years old, never worked theater machinery. And this is the building which is really miraculous. Miraculous because when you step in and when you are young, a teenager, you feel what is opera means. This was the target. To step in and fall on your knees. Apollo is in the middle, 17, 18 years old. He plays music, and the Olympus gods falling down, because this is all the angels around play again after the performance is the performance to clean the spiritual acoustical environment of the house all the night. All the details are miraculous, really. So I can say, if somebody would like to see a 19th century type, the last one, after Covent Garden, after Carnier, or after La Fenice or La Scala, come to Budapest. 900 seats, this is the dimension of Cecilia Bartoli. The cafe, for example, is for Dionysos, eating the grapes, sex, and enjoy the life, and Apollo waits for you in the lobby. I wanted to be a conductor, but I conduct materials, okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much. What a place. Thank you very much. We now travel to Italy, to the Polirone Monastic Complex of San Benedetto Po. So we have here with us Nicola Berlucchi from Studio Berlucchi, and Vanessa Morandi, Councillor of Culture at the Municipality of San Benedetto Po. The floor is yours.
Grazie. Thanks to Europa Nostra. It's an honor to have the chance to speak in front of you. Polirone, let me see, okay, is a religious complex in San Benedetto and was founded in 1007. Of course. And so it's by the father of the famous Matilde di Canossa. The saint, she spent her last period in the monastery and was buried in the complex, but then until in 1630, her body was sold to the Pope Urbano VIII and went in St. Peter Cathedral. And the monastery was dedicated to Saint Benedict and his religious order with the famous motto, Ora et Labora. In 1540, architect Giulio Romano designed the facade and the church, the enlargement of the church and the famous library, and added a fourth cloister. During 1600 and Napoleonic period, wars and plunders drove the complex to abandon and ruin. In 2007, for the Millennium event, the local administration started restoration and valorization works to give a new life and promote the complex to tourism. But in 2012, a strong earthquake damaged the entire monastery, and after that, other 12 different work phases completed in 2024 obtained the full restoration with the most modern technique of over 20,000 square meters of the full monastery. and with the seismic improvement, and at the same time the full respect of the millennium stratigraphy and different style decoration that live together to show to visitors the full long history of the complex. We used, as you see, the most modern technologies, and we applied here all the techniques for surfaces and for strengthening and for new systems, for conditioning, for keeping alive the entire building. And after that, we applied even the most modern technique of BIM. We got an award 2024 for the digital project and for the techniques used for the works. And it was an enormous effort for a small municipality. Think that San Benedetto Po has only 7,000 inhabitants, and he has to deal with this enormous complex, very famous, very important, but with lack of funds and so many phases of works for such a fundamental monument in the history of Europe. We all know that Saint Benedict is the saint patron of Europe, and it's very meaningful for this area. I give the stage to Vanessa.
As Engineer Bellucchi said, after the 2012 earthquake, the monastery... See? No? Parte il video?
Will you have the video, no?
Yes.
Can you start the video?
Okay, my time is going, so I read now. After 2012 earthquake, the monastery of San Benedetto Po became one of Europa Nostra's 7 most endangered heritage sites in Europe. But from the very beginning, we understood that restoring a monument was not enough. We had to preserve a living cultural place. Closing to the monastery during the restoration would certainly have been easier. Instead, we chose to keep it alive and accessible to the community throughout the entire process. Alongside the restoration works, the complex continued to host exhibitions, educational programs, concerts, conferences, and public events. Even the scaffolding became part of the visitor experience, transforming the construction site into an opportunity for participation and cultural engagement. This was possible thanks to the close collaboration between institutions, restoration companies, and contractors, allowing cultural activities and public access to continue safely, even during the works. Over the years, the monastery has continued to become an increasingly open, inclusive, and accessible cultural space for the entire community. Today, children, young people, adults, elderly visitors, and people with disabilities all take part in the educational, cultural, and social activities hosted within the complex. Because heritage survives only when people continue to live it. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa. Thank you, Nicola. So we stay in Italy, but we move to Bologna for the multifunctional urban district of Bologna. Dumbo. Here you are. We have here Andrea Giotti, CEO of Open Event, who will introduce us to this adaptive reuse project.
So, first of all, many thanks to Elena, to Andrulla, to the jury, and all the staff of Europa Nostra for this award. We are very proud. This award that I share with my president, Roberto Lippi, and especially with my wonderful young staff, young team, which is represented here by Laura Raddi, but especially for the great opportunity to tie relations with such important cultural entities among Europe like yours. Thank you for still being here. I know it has been a long afternoon. Don't worry, I'll be as quick as possible. I know that almost all of you have seen our brilliant video, so I just spend a couple of more words to explain what is Dumbo. Dumbo is a temporary urban regeneration project, which started in 2019 on a former railway compound just south the city center of Bologna. It's a huge project because the area consists in 40,000 square meters of warehouses, open spaces, that was owned by the Italian railway company and was abandoned since more than 10 years. We leased such a private company, we are Open Event, a private company that projected, developed it, and now is in charge of the management of the regeneration area. In fact, it has been a private initiative without significant public funds. When we got inside, yes, you can imagine the spaces were quite a mess, full of rubbish. Many warehouses needed structural restoration, no electricity infrastructure, even animals and people living inside. You know what happened when you leave something abandoned for such a long time. How can we have done it? We planned our work considering little economic resources, so we used our brain, but especially a very big community passion who helped us to give all the spaces a new destination, a new life. So we have reused abandoned materials we found. We have done minimal intervention to the infrastructure, and we realized the modular furniture as site-specific projects. Which is our vision? The vision was to transform an abandoned space in a new city neighborhood, to give back to community a place almost unknown, nobody knows it was there. A vibrant, inclusive hub where everyone can belong, participate, and create together. Our mission, as you can read, is to actively engage the community in the regeneration of a disused urban area, offering open, barrier-free spaces and a diverse range of activities that promote inclusion, collaboration, and accessible participation for all. Okay. What is Dumbo today? Today, it's a district dedicated to art, culture, social innovation, CCIs, sustainability, mutualism, and sport. It's an incubator for many companies, many associations, many freelancers, and it's an hub for collaboration, networking, and exchange among companies, professionals, associations, and citizens. These are our 5 keywords we used and focus on: creativity, networking, sustainability, events, and technology. These are, as you can see, our map. You can figure out how big is it. It's like a neighborhood, it's like a district. And among the beginning, we choose to be transversal, not to point our activities to a specific part of the population, but to all the population targets. For example, beginning from families and kids. We put great attention to sustainability projects and green issues. For example, we have a biodiversity garden, we have bees, we focus on cultivation workshop, and so on. Again, the community can participate. Obviously, a large part of our activity and our cultural and artistic offer is dedicated to young people with festivals, live acts, performance, sports, and so on. But our main engine is still people who stimulate us with continuous proposal and initiative that always contaminate, in this case in a positive way, our program. We now are, as I told you before, a new neighborhood of the town. An example, in the 2025, we produced and hosted over 300 events attracting more than 200,000 visitors. As I told you, community engagement is central for us. participation is our engine. Dambon opens its space to citizens, associations, creatives, turning ideas into shared experience. We invite the community to shape the district: sports, urban gardens, art installation, films, and workshop. Free spaces, open collaboration, collective growth, that's how Damb keeps evolving and for its community. One of our main success, it has been showing, first of all, that it was possible. And we were alone when we started. Nobody believed we can afford this project, and especially that the project was sustainable, economically and greenly sustainable. Our experience, it has been evaluated in such a positive way that the local administration had recently bought the entire area from the railway company and started a big restoration works to make Dambo a permanent project, and not only a temporary like it was until today. These are our goals for the future. So we would like to strengthen our role as a space for encounter, for innovation, for cultural production, and a really hub for creativity and entertainment, and especially a place for learning, training, and also working. We want also to act as global as possible, strengthening our connection with the European networks. We are now leading partner of a project founded by the Creative Europe aimed at making cultural and creative hubs more sustainable. We are proud part among the others of Trans-Europe-Alles, to Europa Creative Hubs Network, the European Network of Cultural Centers, and now very proud to be also in the network of Europa Nostra. So you are all invited to visit us in present, since it's very difficult to explain it's such a complex project in a comprehensive way in 5 minutes. But if you cannot, I suggest you to visit our digital twin, because we have also a digital twin, to deep even virtually our district in the metaverse. That's all. Thank you very much.
Grazie, Andrea. Our journey now continues to the north, to Norway, for the garden of Nikolai Astrup, the Astrup Tunet. Please welcome on stage the mayor of Sandfjord, Jenny Følling, and the municipal director for culture and sports at Sandfjord Municipality, Anita Nordheim. The floor is yours.
Good evening, everybody. Honorable Board of Europe Nostra, dear friends of Astrup Tunet. It's a great honor to highlight a cause that is close to all our hearts, the preservation of our shared European cultural heritage. The project at Astrup Tunet is a project where Sunnfjord Municipality, a foundation, a museum, volunteers, and various professional fields have making together safeguard our culture heritage and reconstruct the past, ensuring that future generations can understand and experience the legacy of the artist Nikolai Astrup. It's a great importance to Sunnfjord Municipality to honor the artist Nikolai Astrup and preserve his home. Astrup Tunet and the farm garden are a treasure and living culture monument. We hold both a national and an international obligation to safeguard this distinctive green culture heritage of ours.
Astrup Tunet and the farm garden are fundamental to Astrup's art. It was in these surroundings that he created his masterpieces. Standing in Astrup Tunet is like standing in the middle of an Astrup painting. The farm garden, as it appears now in spring, it's how Astrup experienced it, and depicted it in his art. In its current state, the farm garden is like a snapshot from its early years. Like a slow-moving play, the farm garden will grow more or less over the next 20 years. It will transition into the era when Astrup's wife, Engel, and the children lived on the farmstead after Astrup's death. Today, no angel lives in these houses, nor do eager little feet run along and steep terraces collecting apples, berries, and vegetables. No painter stands at a chosen spot in the garden, looking at the work of his hands, painting his canvas with colorful and honest strokes. Our duty is to take care of this cultural heritage, which we have committed to preserve for the future. Astrup Tune is not merely an important and unusual farm garden, with its characteristic green terraces and turf walls creating a rich and unique landscape. The site is also one of Norway's most significant examples of a garden created by an artist, which became the source of his artistic inspiration and work. Landscape architect Ingeborg Melgren Mathisen has been responsible for the garden project, and the result is magical. The Saving Bank Foundation, DNB, has been a vital supporter. Sunnfjord municipality has contributed to the restoring work over the course of 9 years and are the owners of Astrup Tune, while the Museum of Sogn og Fjordane managed the museum's educational outreach, ensuring that the legacy of Astrup, his life, spirit, and artistry lives on. Astrup's art commands great interest, both nationally and internationally. A new gallery for Astrup's art will be completed in 2028. The reconstruction of the farm garden and the new gallery mark a milestone for us all.
This award is not only a recognition of what has been achieved, but also an inspiration to continue our work. We feel a deep sense of gratitude for this prestigious distinction. This is an acknowledgement for long-term and professionally work with an entirely unique part of our cultural heritage. The project highlights historic gardens as living as vulnerable cultural monuments, rather than just decorative spaces, demonstrating how solid professional work can bring new relevance and educational power to our time. Thank you, Europa Nostra. It's an honor and a tremendous recognition to become members of the Europa Nostra family. And it's a fantastic day for Norway, for Sunnfjord, and for everyone who has played a part in restoring this garden and the building at Astrup Tune. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We now, from Norway, we travel to Romania, to the Banfi Castle. We are pleased to welcome Diana Coman, Project Manager at Cluj County Council, and Laszlo Tulogdi, Architect at Ektra Studio, who will present this fascinating project. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting us to this wonderful event, and thank you Europa Nostra and the European Council for this important recognition. Diana Coman was the project manager from Cluj County Council, and my name is Tulogdi Laszlo. I'm the lead architect responsible for the restoration of Banfi Castle in Răscruci, Romania. Second of all, I would like to thank for everybody who contribute this project. In this photo you can see all our colleagues. Without them this restoration wouldn't been possible. The castles and the manor houses located along the Somes Valley represent an important part of Transylvanian architecture heritage. These buildings were not only residential aristocratic families, but also economic, political, and cultural centers that shaped the development of the region for centuries. Following the political changes of the 20th century, many of these historical buildings suffered deterioration due to war damage, nationalization, and neglect. This estate belonged to Banfi family since the medieval period. Its richly decorated interiors, carved wooden panels, wooden ceilings, ornamental ceramic stuffs, and the representative hall were all created by Banfi Adam, making it one of the most remarkable interiors of the region. In the 20th century marked the period of decline. After the Second World War, the establishment of the communist regime in Romania, the property was nationalized and lost its original residential functions. During this period, the building was used as an orphanage. And this is how we had in 2016 when we start our project. We began this project in 2016 in partnership with the Cluj Country Council. Our goal was to recover the historical identity of and reintegrate it into contemporary cultural life. While the exterior restoration followed more conventional conservation work, the interior restoration became one of the most valuable parts of the project. Many interior decorative elements, especially the wooden details, were covered in dust and darkened over time. During the restoration, inscriptions left by local craftsmen were discovered on the back of the wooden panels, helping us to identify the exact period on which were created. The project also revealed unexpected findings, including ceramics decorative elements such as column capitals, ceiling ornaments, and previously unknown painted ceilings. In addition, the original floor plan was restored and the castle basement was reintegrated in the building's functional use. Our objective was not to create a modern reinterpretation, but to recover the authentic historical atmosphere of the castle. The restoration of Banfi Castle, therefore, for us represents far more than a rehabilitation of a historical building. It's an example of how architectural heritage can be preserved through professional conservation practice, institutional cooperation, successful cultural integration, and demonstrates the importance of safeguarding historical monuments as essential elements of regional identity and collective memory.
So today, the sound of a piano or a violin can be heard at the castle alongside concerts and recitals, painting and sculpture exhibitions, open-air film nights, cultural picnics, and events for children, all transforming the castle into a space full of life, emotion, and beautiful encounters. Sometimes classical music echoes through one of the castle halls, while outside in the park, people sit on blankets and enjoy nature, peaceful atmosphere, and long summer evenings. Other times, children discover a real castle for the first time and look at it wide eyes, as if they were stepping into a fairy tale. Like little Nina there with the blue dress, she is the youngest art consumer of the castle. At Banfi in Răscruci, heritage does not remain silent. Heritage sings, inspires, brings people together, and creates memories. And perhaps this is the most beautiful sign that a castle has truly come back to life.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. From Romania, we move to Spain. The first Spanish project is the Dome of the Church of Escuelas Pías of Valencia. We have here Luis Cortés Meseguer, coordinator at the Universitat Politécnica de Valencia, who will present this restoration.
Good evening. Thank you very much, Europa Nostra, for letting us to show our project. In this case, I'm going to show a project which take 7 years in less than 5 minutes. So, the Escuelas Pías is located in the heart of old Valencia, surrounded by other monuments such as Central Market or La Lonja. With a span of 24.5 meters, you may find it among the prestigious group of the biggest domes in Europe, headed by the Pantheon. As we could see, the blue one is the Escuelas Pías. Some historians appointed the similarity to the Pantheon, as it is a rotunda and shared different architectural solutions, like in anti-portico and as combining two levels, and so on. Before making the project, it was necessary to listen to the building and set a methodology for the 1,000 square meters dome. The pathology was led by 4 big cracks, but here you could download scan the QR, and so you could see the rest of the damages. These cracks extended from inside to outside, so we made a complete pathology study. We also studied tile by tile, so we could have control over the project and its works. Studied thermal behavior to avoid wrong conclusions. We had also a physical and informatic model. We also built a dome to know more about cracks on masonry and destroy it. The most difficult task was to installing the scaffolding with a span of 28 meters and 75 tons, because we wanted to avoid introducing new loads to the dome. The roof also was in poor conditions, and we needed to restore the 1,000 square meter. A study on tiles was carried out to determine the different shades of blue. We made surgery, not a complete reconstruction, and managed to increase its structural behavior, especially for movements like earthquakes. In the study, we discovered the whole construction and its process, discovering the iron rings and a brick of 47 centimeters, which is the dome thickness. The new tiles, 7,000 from 60,000, were handcrafted, and mixing new tiles and new ones for a better finish. The lantern also recovered its original aspect, recovering the light for the church, especially in July 26, when the sun is aligned to the altar. You can scan the QR code to appreciate its current state. A complete set of sensors has been introduced to check the health of the monument. And in the last phase of the restoration, the apostles in the interior at the third ring had lost their attributes in the Spanish Civil War. But we restored them and the third ring itself. The church is still working as a worship space and many other cultural activities like concerts, light shows. We opened this process and made seminars, conferences, bringing the restoration process closer to students and society, including an exhibition at the National Museum of Ceramics, which came 45,000 people. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you so much, Luis. Now from Valencia, we travel to an island, to Menorca, for Salinas de la Concepción. So we are very pleased to have here with us Remy Best, owner of the Salinas de la Concepción. Concepción.
Thank you, Elena. Thank you. Well, what an afternoon. I have the impression to have done speed dating in culture. It's quite exhausting. So I'm gonna talk to you about sea, salt, and sun. And because probably I'm the last, because we are close to ending the event with soon the dinner. So our project is on a small island of the Mediterranean, which is Menorca, in the north of the island. It's a UNESCO reserved area. And with my wife, 5 years ago, we decided to start the project of restoring the salt pans. They were created in 1853, and for decades they slowly disappeared until we transformed them into a cultural landscape and an active salt pan activity and a thriving business. So let me tell you the story. For thousands of years, as we know, salt connected civilization. It connected humans, preserved food, created trade routes, and was at one point more valuable than gold. And salt is essential to our life. As World Health Organization says, is maximum 6 grams of salt per day, but if we have too few, the body cannot function. And if we have too much of it, well, it can be dangerous. So salt teaches something which is important in today's world, finding the right balance. From the 4 salt pans which existed in the 18th century and 19th century in Menorca, the only one which is still working is ours, producing still fleur de sel and sea salt only by hand, using only the sun and the wind. No plastic, no fossil energy. So 5 years ago, my wife and I decided to restore it. My wife is a practicing restorer of historical monuments. And after $1 million spent and many troubles, and a concession of 50 years given by the Spanish state, we have now what you have on the left side of the screen. All done with natural element, with no cement, no concrete, and all done by hand. For a result which is now seen after just 3 years by more than 5,000 visitors. So we developed what we call our 5 C's, which is conservation, culture, community, circularity, and commerce. So what does it mean? Conservation first. 3 years of restoration of an area of 50,000 square meters, 10,000 pieces of limestone, what we call marais. You see some of them in the picture, laid only by hand with only natural material, and again, no concrete. That's the conservation part. The culture. We wanted to make the world of salt and these amazing salt pans known wider. So we did a documentary, which is Touring Festival, about the transformation of the salt pans. We have done a book about the history of salt in Menorca. And we just published a book with photographer Steve McCurry, who you might remember for the Afghan girl in National Geographic many years ago. He stayed with us for a week, and we are publishing his 20 best picture in black and white on the salt pans activity. And these books and movie are done, in fact, for making the local community and the tourists, and there are many on the island, aware of the importance of this heritage. Then the community. We did all this work, including and involving local community. Volunteers here are building nests for island, for migration birds, for example. And we are proud to say that out of the 5,000 visitors every year, every summer, in fact, because the salt pans are open just for the summer, 90% are coming from Europe. And fourth, circularity. Circularity or sustainability. Sustainability is clearer, but it doesn't have a C, so it doesn't work with my 5 C's. So circularity. We wanted this project to be sustainable and rooted in Europe. So for example, we're only using FSC, so Forest Stewardship Council paper, European paper, in the salt collection and packaging. Again, we only use natural materials, no fossil energy, no plastic. And when you think about it, you don't have many food item which is produced without fossil energy. Think about wine, even honey, you need the centrifuges for that. So this is, to my knowledge, one of the very few products which is produced without fossil energy. And we are proud to welcome again the pink flamingos you have on the island. Currently they are white, and they will turn red by eating the little shrimps which we have in the cristalizadores on the salt pans. And finally, commerce. So the restoration lasts 2 years, and we are now in our 3rd year of activity. We produce 2 salt, and I mentioned that because 5 years ago I had no clue about salt, and now I think I can write a PhD on the matter. So when you have a salt pans, you produce sea salt, which you collect once a year or twice a year, and then you collect at the bottom of the basin, and you collect every day salt flour, which is the finite source of salt. The rule is you cook with sea salt, you season with salt flour. You season with salt flour. So we are turning the salt pan into a business because I think this is the only way they can survive over term. We are generating, after 3 years now, 500,000 euros of revenues by visitors and by selling our salt in more than 200 points of sale on the island. And finally, I think what the restoration of these salt pans illustrate is the combination of cultural heritage coupled with a business. And I spend my life in businesses, and I think business can really be a force for good to allow cultural heritage not only to survive, but to strive. So what moved us during this project is that salt teaches us something important about Europe itself. The right balance between mankind and nature, between conservation and economic life, between tradition and innovation, and between using the world and protecting the world. And tomorrow Europe will be probably and perhaps saved by technology or finance, but it will also be saved by places like the one you have shown this afternoon that continue to give meaning, beauty, and identity to European people. So as a small souvenir, you will find outside on one of the tables at the entrance a big box with 10-gram salt flour of Sal de Menorca. That's the name of the brand, Sal de Menorca. Take it with you as a souvenir, as a piece of Menorca, a few grams of the Mediterranean wind, sun, and history. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thanks a lot, Remy, also for the gift and the souvenir. And we now move to the last 2 projects, Europa Nostra Awards from UK. The first one is the Elizabeth Tower, the Big Bang, so no need to introduce the sites, but I'm very pleased to introduce the speaker, Andrew Dobson, partner at Purcell. The floor is yours.
Good evening, everyone. My name's Andy Dobson. I'm a partner and architect at Purcell. I'd like to say thank you very much. Sorry, can you?
You can hear, no? Yes, I think it's fine.
Okay, I have to crouch down a bit.
No, you can stand normally.
Okay.
The technicians, they're very good.
Right, thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to say thank you very much to the Europa Nostra for this award and for inviting me to come and talk to you this evening. I'm going to talk about the restoration of the Elizabeth Tower, which is more commonly known as Big Ben. The tower sits at the north of the UK's Parliament building and within the centre of the UNESCO World Heritage Site of Westminster. What I really liked about this project when I first got involved was the fact that it is a giant grandfather clock. Form really follows function with this building. The clock itself is the original mechanical clock from 1859. It sits in the middle between the 4 clock dials. In the centre of the tower is the weight shaft that goes all the way from the bottom up to the top. To the right of it is a spiral staircase that takes visitors to the belfry. And to the left, a vent shaft where we installed 2 new lifts. Before we started the project, there were severe problems with water ingress. This is the link room which sits between the clock and the belfry. Our brief was extensive. They included repairs to the clock mechanism, repairs to the clock dials, hands and stones surrounding it, repairs and redecoration of the unique cast iron roof, a new floor and waterproofing layer in the belfry, stone repairs to the full height of the tower, internal redecoration and repairs to the lime plaster, and installation of breathable paint to solve condensation issues, the refurbishment of the bronze and leaded windows, and the insertion of 2 new lifts. Our approach was built on 4 pillars: conservation, which needs no introduction to this room, looking after the building for future generations, repair with like-for-like materials, restoration of the original colour scheme to the clock dials, and new interventions. So that included the 2 new lifts within the vent shaft and a small glass box in the belfry. This was our scaffold at the time, the tallest freestanding modular scaffold in Europe at 100 metres tall. It brought a smile on everyone's face during COVID as it started to come down. I've always been a proponent of using technology to help our work. The clock dials themselves are a kit of parts, and this is them modelled within our BIM model, where we documented all of the repairs. And this is a close-up of the repairs of the clock dials themselves. So the holes that you see are partly corrosion defects, but also defects from the original, what's called pinholes from the original casting of the dials. And this shows the dials having been repainted in the original Prussian blue, and the spandrel panels either side being re-gilded. This photograph is one of our favourites because it will never be taken again. On the left is the black clock dials, which were painted black originally in the 1930s. And on the right-hand side, the original colour scheme restored in blue and gold. This is the inside of the clock dials. So each one of the dials is the height of a London double-decker bus. And this is the new LED lighting that we've installed, which is a much closer colour match to the original gas. Favourite vantage point for everyone who worked on the project. There were several hundred of us. This was the scaffold which went in front of the dials from the previous photo, and we all enjoyed lining up for photographs in this location. The clock itself, as originally ticking from 1859, and the electric winding mechanism underneath, which was completed in 1913. The whole of the clock was taken apart and rebuilt by the Cumbria Clock Company, assisted by Parliament's clock mechanics. We also documented the stone repairs in BIM. There's 3 different types of stone: the original magnesian limestone called Anston, Clipsham stone used in the 1930s to 1980s, and Cadeby, which is a new stone to the tower, but very close to the original. So here stands the completed tower, resplendent in its new colour scheme, with a cleaned and repaired stonework. The cavernous cast iron roof, a view from above the bells with Big Ben in the middle, the glass box housing the stair and the lift, and the new limestone floor. And this is the view at the top of the stairs, which was previously blocked by a 1950s brick enclosure, and now the first thing that visitors see is Big Ben. Final photograph is inside the lift shaft, looking from the ground floor all the way up to the top. I've included this photograph because it's one of my favourite parts of the building. We have glass doors on the lift, which gives visitors a sense of being inside the clock, which very much links to my interest in the project from the beginning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Then our last stop to Rochdale for the Rochdale Town Hall, which is one of the Britain's finest Victorian civic buildings, which has been carefully restored and adapted for modern use. So I'm very pleased to have here with us Simon Melham, Director at Donald Insall Associates. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Firstly, thank you to Europa Nostra for the recognition that this project has received. I'm from Donald Linsell Associates, we were the architects for the project, but I'm delighted to be here to represent the whole team who delivered this project. So, there we go, reimagining Rochdale Town Hall. So firstly, Rochdale Town Hall was designed by William Crossland and it opened in 1871. It's a Grade 1 listed building and is widely regarded as one of the finest examples of Victorian Gothic architecture in the UK. And it combines craftsmanship with decorative influences drawn from across Europe. The interiors really are a wonder to behold. However, the problems. So firstly, we were invited to the project about 10 years ago now, and by the end of the 20th century, the building was really tired. It was no longer fit for purpose. Issues included poor accessibility, compromised internal circulation, and subdivided spaces. It wasn't a nice building to spend time in. Much original decoration survived, but it was covered in 150 years of grime. Electrical installations were dangerous and deemed a fire hazard, as we can see top right there. And the original character was concealed, here hidden by a suspended ceiling, bottom right. So the building had a lot to offer, but over the course of the last century, it had been gradually concealed. Externally, there were leaking roofs, damaged masonry, and a history of poor maintenance. The building had really gone into decline. The setting was also compromised by a sea of car parking, so very different to the original architect's original intention. One of the main things with this project was to work with the local community. It was fundamental to the success of the project. They felt the building was no longer relevant to them, yet it was their town hall. We engaged with the community, we engaged with the locals to understand what they wanted from their building. We also had to thoroughly understand the building and establish the significance of the constituent parts. What was original? What had been changed over the years? A conservation management plan helped guide decisions and obtain consent for the work required. We identified opportunity for change and new interventions, and we had to think innovatively about how to bring this building into the 21st century. So grant funding was secured, and there was a very, very tight budget to work within. It was clear that we couldn't do everything that Rochdale Town Hall needed with the money available, so we prioritised according to significance, and we developed a phased project which was delivered on site over 3 years. Our aim was to bring out the best in the building, restore it to its former glory, and the first part of this was to repair the external envelope. Here you can see the protective roof which was put on to protect the wonderful interiors during the work. So the intention was to make the building weathertight and then work on the interiors. Another significant feature of the project was engagement with volunteers from the local community. And this was essential to the success of the project. Volunteers came forward and they were trained by professional conservators. And they undertook a lot of the important conservation work. So they carefully cleaned the delicate stained glass and the original painted decoration. And it was wonderful to go to site and see so many people getting stuck in and involved with the project. And it obviously also helped the project finances. We were able to do a lot more with the money available because we had a lot of help from the local community. And during the course of the project, over 1,100 volunteer training and job opportunities were created. And the project also created a long-term heritage skills studio in the basement. So this goes on. This is just the start of the long-term heritage conservation works. So here we can see a volunteer peeling away old varnish from the ceiling of the Great Hall on the left. The large panels were unstable and one actually dropped to the floor just before the project started. So in order to save the original artwork, we had to consolidate the rear of the ceiling, which is a photograph on the left, on the right, sorry, using innovative techniques. And here we can see the cleaned and conserved angels and decorative ceiling panels. And the restored Great Hall It really is a wonder to behold, restored to its original splendour with a huge help from volunteers. One of the outcomes of the consultation was that the community required a flexible space they could use for events. And we identified this room, an original hall, which had been subdivided both horizontally and vertically. Our concept was to restore the original volume of the hall by stripping out the later additions, including an intrusive lift which cut into the room. Here's a restored hall as the community event space. Artwork was co-created with the local community, and that adorns the ceiling, and the colour scheme is generated from historic analysis. And then to conserve the community hall, new vertical circulation was provided within the clock tower. So this was a new space, externally a very significant structure, but internally of low significance. And we obtained consent to take out the floors and install a new glass lift and staircase. Fitting the staircase and lift within the confines of the tower walls was a real challenge, and we overcame this by the use of 3D digital scanning to record the uneven walls of the tower, so we could include this tight-fitting staircase and lift in the centre. It's an experience in itself to ascend the clock tower, but it also allows increased occupancy levels. And then externally, a setting has been restored to the town hall by removing the car parking and closing the road which used to run in front of the building, creating a multifunctional civic space. The project has placed the building at the centre of the town's civic and cultural regeneration, acting as a catalyst for further investment and improvement and making it a visitor destination in its own right. In conclusion, Rochdale Town Hall has been unlocked for 21st century public use, transforming a tired civic building into one that imbues pride within the local community. The building stands today as an example of how heritage-led regeneration can bring communities together. Thank you to the whole team, and again to Europa Nostra.
Thank you very much, Simon. So we made it 30 stops, 30 nice projects. So it's time now to some conclusions of this fantastic, extraordinary journey through Europe's heritage excellence. So I'm very pleased to invite to the stage our Executive President, Herman Parzinger, for some conclusions before the music.
What an afternoon, really. I mean, what a spectrum of extraordinary projects. I promise I will not take much of your time. I think you must be tired listening to all these wonderful projects, and I think you are impatiently waiting for the concert and then for going over to the reception. But it was really very, very special to see all these projects. I mean, of course, I read all the papers, the documents which has been part of the application. And of course, you see what is happening and what you're doing. And all these documents are very impressive. But then seeing really this presentation, it was a slam format, only 5 minutes, plus or minus. But nevertheless, it was short, but it was so impressive from all of you, from the Cypriot fiddlers to the Salinas de Menorca, from the magnificent restoration of a national opera house in Budapest to, I don't know, the revival of gardens in a fjord in Norway. So the different dimensions and the different types of this variety is so impressive. I think this is really, really important. And also, I'm sure that some of you also learned from the project. I learned, for example, for me, at the beginning of this afternoon, this project, these Gardens of Peace, of course, being German, memory of the First World War always is very touching for me also. I was very inspired by this project, and we are planning now, yesterday in Varietata Concordia talk, I spoke a little bit about that, a project, the Green Band. This was the former inner German border, which is a green band which is leading from the north to the south. And of course, it's a biotope, a cultural and natural biotope. There are flowers and fleas and so on, which only live in this biotope, where for decades people could not walk in. And the same also, there are cultural elements. So watchtower, small museums, explanations. I mean, something like that, something like this Gardens of Peace. No, and just as an example, that listening to you gets a lot of ideas, and I think for most of you it's the same. This is really it shows that these projects are so inspiring. What you're doing is so inspiring. And again, I mean, it's important to see the people behind. The way you are presenting them, this is really fabulous, simply. So thank you very much. And also, by the way, all these best practices, this extraordinary excellence in the field of cultural heritage is something really, really, really great. And 30 example projects, or exemplary projects from 18 countries, they show many things. They show the power of cultural heritage, connecting past, present, and future, of course, because in the present you are preserving the creativity from the past to that other people, other generations in the future can benefit from it. I mean, this is so important. Your passion, dedication, and it shows also that cultural heritage matters. It matters for communities, it matters for societies, and it matters, of course, for Europe. Nevertheless, and this shows also the projects, cultural heritage is at risk, perhaps more than ever. I mean, the typical problems, neglect and decay, this we know. We are used, we can manage it. The same with economic reasons, developers who have their plans and so on. But of course there are others, more serious dangers, risks. The climate crisis is more and more affecting cultural heritage, and of course wars. We had 2 examples, not by chance, 2 examples from Ukraine that shows bravery, resilience, and dedication. And this bravery, resilience, and dedication we really admire. And your work gives hope that we can overcome many of the challenges, because there was not one project where there was not a huge challenge. And I can imagine when you started your project, from my own experience, how can you master these challenges? But you all did it, and I think this gives a hope for the future. And what is very important, and in the afternoon, Snezhka and me, for 1.5 hours, we have not been here, unfortunately. We gave an interview in the TV studio here for the most important Cyprus news. And this shows that what we are doing is seen, is important, that we get in the main news. It is seen, your work is seen by politicians, decision makers, in the EU, for example, the European Commission. I mean, the Culture Compass, the new one. I mean, it's very important because for the first time, it's a real cultural policy for the European Union, and a policy which deserves the name cultural policy for the European Union. And I mean, heritage, cultural heritage is a very important pillar in this cultural compass. Of course, we are lobbying for this. This is our part of the job. Your part of the job is to provide excellence, and we are using this excellence and say, look, this heritage is so important. There are so many people all over Europe doing fantastic work, so it has to be, in a way, considered in the policy. And this is what really happened, and this is important. And we hope, of course, that the same effect will be then when the decisions about the multi-annual financial framework are made, because, of course, plans need means to get materialized, to get happen. A plan has to get happen, but we are very positive. And of course, we all know that cultural heritage is giving identity, a sense of belonging, social cohesion, and many other things which are really important. And therefore, it should also not be manipulated. And it's important that through cultural heritage, we tell the right stories. I mean, in many countries of Europe, also in Germany, now they're starting, right-wing extremists, they're starting to tell new stories, new narratives around the heritage. I mean, when you hear certain people in Germany, a certain party in Germany, how they are talking about Bauhaus architecture, for example, you think you are back to the 1930s. So this is something which we all have to take in mind and connect them with the work of preserving the heritage, preparing it for the future, for the benefit of future generations. Part of this benefit is also that we fight for telling the right stories around this heritage. So thank you a lot. Thank you so much. And now enjoy the concert, and I hope to see you all this evening in the reception by the mayor of Nicosia, and of course tomorrow in the General Assembly. And the award winners, congratulations. I think it will be a wonderful Oscar night of cultural heritage. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Herman, for these perfect closing remarks. It was not easy to sum up, what we have listened to today. So now, to conclude our Excellence Day, we will do the same way we open it, so with some music from some Cyprus. So I'm delighted to welcome to the stage the musicians who will take us on a musical journey to Cyprus. They will perform music as it was played by the Cypriot fiddlers at weddings, religious festival and community celebrations throughout the first half of the 20th century. But Nicoletta, you can, while they are preparing the stage, you can maybe say something more to introduce the few songs you will perform.
Absolutely, yes. We're very happy to be performing at the end of this wonderful Excellence Day with members of Cyprus Music Archive. So we will be performing a few Cypriot traditional songs. And 9 out of 10 Cypriot traditional songs talk about love. And of course, they talk about unrequited love, because who wants to talk about happy love, love that is being reciprocated? So we will be singing about love that is not reciprocated then, and about the beauty of the place and its people. And those of you who might know the lyrics to some of the songs, feel free to sing along with us. Feel free to clap or even to dance if you feel like it. We'll be very happy to see you enjoying yourselves. Now, with me tonight, I have 3 wonderful musicians. Christina Polikarpou, who will be playing the lira rather than the violin, so we're experimenting with a sort of different sound. Simon Merkouris, who will be playing the lauto, and Kyriakos Markoulis, who will be playing the lauto as well, but also the pithkavli, the Cypriot reed flute, and we'll also be using the tamboucha, so a percussion instrument. So without further ado, please welcome our wonderful musicians. So the first song is called Agapisa την Boukarkias, or I loved her with all my heart. But obviously she didn't love me back. This is how it continues.
Αγάπησα την Μπουκαρκιάς, άμαν και χαρικά την. Αγάπησα την Μπουκαρκιάς, άμαν και χαρικά την. Τον ένα χρόνον είχα την, τον άλλον έχασα την. Ω, την καρδιά μου έχεις καμένη και με τυραννείς. Όλοι πείθουμε κι αρκεί να πιω να με πονείς. πίνα στολιστή, λάλη του ήλιου σβήσε.
Πάντα να πίνα στολιστή, λάλη του ήλιου σβήσε.
Να φέγγω γιο στον τόπο σου και σε να μοιό κανείσαι. Ω, έλα αγάπαμε και σουν είμαι με τυραννείς. Ω, και έλα δώσ' μου ένα φιλούδινα για να χαρείς.
Thank you. Ευχαριστούμε. And now we'll move to the eastern coast of Cyprus, to the village of Paralimni, and we'll sing a song that's called Ήμουν πουλί πεταμένο. So I was a bird that could fly, but you've cut my wings off.
Ήμουν πουλί πεταμένον και κόψες τα φτερά μου που πίστεψες στα ψέματα και φύγες που κοντά μου. Πάγκριστης δίχως αφορμήν, πέ μου το φταίσιμο μου κι εν τον αντέχω τον καμόν, χάνω το λογικό μου. Στη θάλασσα του πρωταρά χάραμα να βρεθούμεν. Φύγε κρυφά της μάνας σου κι έλα να ξηγηθούμε. Πόσες φορές να σου το πω και να σου εξηγήσω, δίχα σου ένα δυνατόν, αγάπη μου να ζήσω.
Thank you. It's pretty happy for a song of unrequited love, isn't it? So, our next song, So our next song is a very well-known and well-loved Cypriot song. It's called Psindri Vasilichamo, or My Fine Basil, but of course it doesn't refer to the plant, but to a girl that the poet thinks looks a little bit like a fine basil plant. And our Turkish Cypriot compatriots who might be here know this song as Feslikan.
Συντρί βασιλίτσα μου και κάρκιο φίλι μου,
Φερμού το μαουλό σου κοντά στα χείλη μου.
φερμού το μαουλό σου κοντά στα χείλη μου.
Ευκά στο παραθύρι κορί το γυαλένο.
Ευκά στο παραθύρι κορί το γυαλένο.
Να δω το πρόσωπο σου το σημιδαλένο.
Να δω το πρόσωπο σου το σημιδαλένο.
Ευκά στο παραθύρι κρυφά της μάνας σου.
Ευκά στο παραθύρι κρυφά της μάνας σου.
Και κάμε πως ποτίζεις τη μαντζουράνα σου.
Και κάμε πως ποτίζεις τη μαντζουράνα σου.
Τη σκάλα που ξεβαίνεις να ξεβαίνα και εγώ.
Τη σκάλα που ξεβαίνεις να ξεβαίνα και εγώ.
Σκαλήν και σκαλοπάτι να σε γλυκό φιλό.
Σκαλήν και σκαλοπάτι
Ευχαριστούμε. Thank you. And for our last song of this evening, we'll go to the eastern part of the island again, to the village of Avgoru, to sing a tune from that village called Avgoritis Safoni.
Στην ασάση το βρουλίνε κάμε γλώσσαν το γυαλίν και σύντησε μήτα της και σύντησε μήτα της.
Chame pundok soporti Thank you. Ευχαριστούμε. Χριστίνα Πολυκάρπου, Σάιμον Μερκούρης, Κυριάκος Μαρκουλής. Thank you all. Thank you.
It was a long afternoon. So thank you so much also to every award winner for reminding us that Europe's heritage truly belongs to everyone. So enjoy the rest of the evening, the rest of the summit, and we'll see you later at the reception offered by the mayor of Nicosia. Thank you very much.